Hello there, my name is Bruce Rain from Brangus Creations and welcome to my stream. Please don't forget to press the thumbs down button because that seems to be the trend for today. Thank you to everyone for joining. Hello to Jay, hello to GT, hello to Michael, Mystery Margot, Dana is here, Thomas Armstrong, Michael Weir. Wonderful, wonderful. Yeah, sorry about the large lead-up time. I probably could have actually started a little bit earlier, but as it turns out, it worked out quite well because it just tripped the fuse breaker on the house a little while ago, and that would have happened midstream, and that would have been really embarrassing. So, can't guarantee it won't happen anyway. Stephen Barlow, hello. Other Dana is here as well. Hello, Dana. Dana does stuff. The other Dana I was saying hello to was Dana Siberis, so there we go. Steve's here. Hello, welcome. Thank you very much for joining. As mentioned in the description, I'll be looking at a Macintosh 2SI today. Now, very, very quickly, I just need to do something. Michael Mullet has asked me before about upgrading the RAM in a Macintosh Plus. Let me see if I can find my Macintosh Plus. Is that it? I always get the SE and the Plus mixed up. Well, is that a Plus? That's a Plus. So basically, when you're installing RAM in a Macintosh Plus, they came from the factory with 4 256K SIMs in there. And then if you want to upgrade it to 4, you obviously take the 4 256s out, put in 4 ones, and then you have to snip a resistor up here. We'll just jump across quickly to the microscope because that's probably the easiest way to see it. Oh, wrong one. That one. There we go. Okay, so here we have the little spots here, and you basically have a resistor here, 256K bit there like that, and then you just snip it and just bend it apart like that so that it's not making contact. And by breaking the continuity on that resistor, it basically tells the computer you're not using 256K SIMs, you are using 1 megabyte SIMs, and then that should take you up to 4 megabytes. Okay, so let's just jump across here to 2SI is my fave. Hello, Fizbin. And John Roberts, hello. John, are you going to tell them? Or do you want me to tell them? Colin Bailey, I think that is. So Hot Rod, hello. Okay, so now, quickly, this has been sent to me by a client. He sent me the logic board and the power supply, and he said it doesn't work. Now, both of these things will need recapping. There's no doubt about that, and there's a very good chance that they will fix it. But in actual fact, though I won't guarantee it, I would probably be able to get this working just by recapping the power supply. Even though we know... Okay, I'll tell him, John Roberts, this is his computer. So there we go. I have to be super careful with it because the owner is watching. So a lot of the time, you will get your 2SI up and running again just with the power supply, but that's not to say that you shouldn't recap the logic board. You definitely should do that as well. Now there are a couple of there is a bit of a telltale sign with this one. If I can just zoom in, I go zoom, 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 and I go that way. There we go. See this corrosion around here? That's a fairly clear indication that we've got some capacitor leakage inside this power supply. So that's something to look forward to when we open that up. No hammer today. Which hammer? What hammer? Divisions. Hi there. Welcome to the stream. Client always mean to get around to recapping it. Now, I don't think John does his own recapping. I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure he's just sent it to me. Captain 318, hello. Divisions, can you clarify the no hammer today? I'm sure it relates to something that I've done before, but I can't remember what it is. So, once again, I do apologize for this front view. I had these little dots. Did you see there? No, you're not seeing things. No, the lens isn't dirty. That is damage to my camera caused by me shining a UV laser beam at it. I will be replacing the camera at some stage, but I haven't done it yet because I am lazy. I've been pretty busy in the workshop here lately, actually. I've been tidying up a little bit, and I've built this kind of, well, which way do I go? This way? This kind of stand thing for all of my works in progress. Owner is watching, yes, I see. All right, so, so anyhow, just apologise for those dots. One day I will get a new camera, we'll get those sorted out. But in the meantime, we're just going to have to live with it. We'll just use this side view instead, something like that. I certainly won't want to shine the laser into that one because that camera is expensive. Even though the picture doesn't look that good, it's a long story. All right, well, we're going to open this up and have a look-see at it. So we'll just zoom in a little bit on the bench here. Macintosh 2SI, if you own one and it works and it has not been recapped, you go out and you buy yourself a lottery ticket. Because these things, I mean, the chances of these things actually working, if they're not recapped these days, are really slim. And the reason for that is because they have all sorts of problems with leaky capacitors, which is what my channel is all about. So I'm going to undo some screws on this. I do actually have a video. I mean, if you're thinking to yourself, oh, I want to recap one of these. Actually, I shouldn't undo those ones, sorry. And if you're thinking, you know, I want to know how to recap one of these, I've actually got a specific video on recapping this power supply, I think, from memory. One that is, there we go, off comes the top, there's the lid. You know, one that's where I have close-ups and stuff like that. So if you're thinking of using this for learning how to recap them, you know, oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. We are in trouble here. Okay, we've got a couple little things attached to the side here. Basically, these are components that are using the chassis of this power supply as a heatsink. So these things are sort of bolted flush to the surface. So let's just grab this. Just going to take all these little bits out. Now, obviously, what I was saying before probably lets on a little that there's some ugliness going on inside here, which is great. There's a couple of screws in here. There's one here buried in amongst all these cables. And there's one over here. I don't remember that being there in the one I worked on before, but it probably was. Oh, that's right, this thing comes out. Forgot about that. This bit comes out. And then there's a plug here. We can remove that. And then we've got a screw here. And we've got another screw here. And one of these screws is not like the other. One of these screws is not the same. And that's because it has a little bit of rust. There we go, look at that. That is clearly not the way it came out of the factory. Nice. Okay. Right. Just checking. Right. But why is it rusty? Well, it is rusty because it's had, let's call it a corrosion accelerant around it. And what we are referring to is the old electrolyte, which has leaked out from the capacitors onto the board, and then while being in close proximity to that, we've ended up with this leakage. Now, I should mention that there is always the chance that I will not be able to fix this. I have come across one power supply before that was in such bad condition that, as it turns out, I didn't actually need the power supply. It was a surplus one. And although part of me sort of thinks I probably should repair it and use it, I didn't, and I've just got it there for spares. So we might be needing those spares today by the looks of things. We'll just see. So here's the power supply out. Once again, I'm going to zoom in here. Little board is the trickiest part. Yes, indeed. Fizbin is well aware of the joys of this particular power supply. Now, the thing that really sort of made me, sort of took my breath away when I opened it up is the state of this little board. It is absolutely caked on with this white corrosion-y stuff which shouldn't be there. So the capacitors that we're basically going to replace on this, we probably won't end up replacing these two bigger ones, because in the ones that I've had in the past, they've been fine. We can always test them and see if they're within spec. We're going to replace every other electrolytic capacitor on the thing though, and I think this one might even need to go into the cleaner because this one is particularly bad. So we've got a little cluster of 3 here. They tend to leak. We've got a couple down here. There is a recapping guide for this power supply. I didn't put it in. Oh, is it on my website? I think it is. I didn't put it in the link. I did put the logic board in, but not the power supply. So, this has been glued onto this little board here has been glued down onto the capacitors behind it. I've never seen that before. Unglue. I need a scalpel. Cut some of this snot away. So there's this white snot that they put on these electrolytic capacitors to hold them still. And you have to cut it. Oh, there we go. Cut it away to get at these things. Same as this one here. I'll remove all of these 3 at the same time. You can see quite a bit of ugliness on the underside here. I mean, look at all this. So yeah, joy. And now I've got thermal compound on my fingers. Help. Okay, so on the bright side of things with these, this part does come out from the computer relatively easily. So, but I'm going to get this under the microscope now because I've got to get that little daughter card out. So this is a little daughter card here, and it has 2 surface mount electrolytic capacitors on it, and they've got to be replaced. So I'm going to whip that card out now. And we're going to get some focus on here if we can. You might just need to raise this up a bit because this board's a little bit high. Let's get it in focus for you guys, and then get it in focus for me, guys. All right, caked. AK84 picked up an Apple IIe today for me with disk drive. Yay! Geez, I wish I still had the 2E that I sort of grew up with. Just regret. Caked, man. This thing is just caked. Alright. Yeah. Look at that. Still copper under there, but this thing is definitely going to need to go in the ultrasonic cleaner. Incidentally, I'm in the process of working on a video on ultrasonic cleaners. So if there's anyone out there who has an interest in ultrasonic cleaners or is thinking about buying one or wants to know how they work or stuff like that, that video is in progress at the moment. So I will be hopefully releasing that soon. I may even record some scenes for it after this live stream. I get asked questions about ultrasonic cleaners all the time. So I thought maybe it's a good time to actually do a vid and help do some explanations to people. Trina, hello and welcome. Hello, Nick Wyatt. I think I said hello to you before. Okay. After the stream, do you mind discussing the camera mount on your microscope? Not at all. I've been looking at a trinocular microscope and found which one says it has a 23mm mounting head. You're going to ask me if I know what the size this is, because I absolutely have no idea. I can probably point you to the link that of the unit that I've got here, but I've got no idea. Okay. Okay, the new model is like 31, but this is 23. I think it's 23. Yes, I have no idea. I've only ever bought one microscope, so I haven't. And all of the bits kind of, when I went to buy this camera, I mean, they just come with the mount that suits their microscope. So, okay. Battery for power. Unfortunately, I seem to have a bad motherboard fuse. Interesting. That surprises me. They don't normally have problems with the fuse, but I'm not sure. Be sure to tell us the cleaning fluid you use. I will do that, but of course the problem is that the fluid that I use, I buy here in Australia. And by the flip side, it's very hard for me to get the cleaning fluid a lot of people use over there in America. The one that I hear about people using all the time is a product called Branson EC. And I've tried to actually buy some of that because I wanted to do some comparisons. And it is so expensive for me to get that out here. Maybe it's something because of its chemicals or the weight or whatever the case may be. But in order for me to buy some Branson EC, it cost me hundreds of dollars. So I actually buy a cleaning fluid that I buy from a local company here called CleanTech. They're in Queensland. I point upwards because that's north from me. It's not actually in the sky. Okay. Macintosh stupid idiot. Very interesting thing on the old... oh, no beep on the continuity test. Well, that's fairly definitive, isn't it? So the... I do actually like the Macintosh 2 SI, apart from the fact that the way it's built really was not designed to last, and this is why it's here with me now. So I'm going to get rid of some of the solder here from this little daughter board. I'm just going to use wick for this one. I might hit it with a little bit of flux. Oh, geez, what's that? Disgusting. Okay, fluxing. Just help that solder flow and get it up into the wick here. I sometimes use the machine, the machine that goes that sucks solder up, but I do know from having done these before, the wick does quite a nice job and is arguably a little bit quicker than the machine. I mean, sure, I'm using wick, I get that. There's a cost involved, but you can't see anything that I'm doing there. Thank you. You'll just have to take my word for it. That went really easily. What is the issue with this Mac 2 SI? It doesn't work. Well, in actual fact, the owner of this Mac 2 SI is in the chat. So, how about you tell us, John? What's the symptoms of this particular 2 SI? I'm not going to fire it up, and there's a very good reason why I'm not going to fire it up, and that is that sometimes these 2 SIs that have not been recapped can actually blow capacitors on the logic board. So I'm not going to do that. Okay, the board, it's out. Oh, by the way, that's me. I just removed the solder, and now that little daughter card is out. Let's have a little look at it up under the microscope. Ooh, yuck. Oh, all right. For out, man, for out. Okay. Now, despite the fact that it is covered in this gunk, I think we'd probably be... It's probably just going to need the new caps and bang, we're done. All right, I think this stuff will clean up all right. Yes, once you get the 2SI recapped and working, it is a good fun little machine. I've also overclocked mine. The owner of this one is actually probably going to overclock it as well. He's asked if I can supply him with a what do you call those things? Crystal oscillator that will allow him to overclock it. It might sound like overclocking is like a really bad thing, but at the end of the day, these computers were kind of always designed to run at 25 megahertz, and then Apple brought it back to 20 megahertz because they're air holes. No, because they were still selling the 2CI like hotcakes at the time. You know, where this was thought to be like it was going to be a replacement for the 2CI. The 2CI was still selling incredibly well at its high price tag. So instead they brought the 2SI out as a slightly lower spec version. So they brought out 20 megahertz. But you can basically upgrade these to 25 megahertz, as I have done with mine, without too much grief. Okay. Right, well, I probably will give this a bit of a scrub with a toothbrush, even though it will definitely need doing in the ultrasonic, just because it's so ugly. Let's get rid of these caps, shall we? Okay. I don't want to lose any of these components. They look like they could just fly away. Oh, look at the solder balls coming out. I think I might need some heat shields. Okay. Just gave it a whirl. Got it to power up once only with a white screen. Okay. Well, that's interesting to note because the someone who was actually on the one of the Facebook groups this morning was asking me when I posted that I was going to do this live stream. He posted, "What's wrong with it?" And I said, "Well, I'm not sure. The customer said it doesn't work, but I'm not exactly sure." And he said, "Oh, because I've got one with just a white screen." So there we go. We're in the same boat. I am so glad that's off. I was not enjoying that at all. Okay, let's do it this way. So how is everyone doing at the moment? It is a Sunday around about lunchtime here at the moment. I kind of would have liked to have started a little bit earlier. Whoa, don't you come off you. But I had things to do. Yesterday I had a bit of a clean up in here, and I kind of left the office a little bit hard to use. I've set up quite a lot more storage. I've got a lot of stuff off the ground. But the flip side to that is my desk was left in a bit of a state after that, so I had to kind of get it so that I could use this room. Okay. Did I hear you say that Performer 630s are going to need recapping soon? I don't think I said that, but they will. I have a 630 now. Did I recap it? I can't remember, but I am starting to see some coming through with problems. So, I did. That stuff came off quite well with the alcohol, didn't it? Looks like a new one. You can see this board is made like garbage. Okay. So let's do some cleaning up of that. That's where the capacitor was. Goodness me, look how long my thumbnail is. What's all that about? Just going to jump across here quickly. Oh, 49 viewers. We're heading for the 50. Woo! I don't know if anyone's had a look at my subscriber numbers lately, but I am going to kick over to the 4,000 probably tomorrow, I would think, if it keeps going the way it's going. So thank you to everyone who has been subscribing and jumping on and all that sort of stuff. I do appreciate it. And thank you to the little mystery... Oh, what happened? What happened? What happened? Are we still streaming? No skipped frames. Drop frames, 172. What just happened? Something went wrong with the interwebs. It's back now. Okay, that was a weird one. That's it doesn't normally happen to me. I wonder if there was some sort of interruption in the internet. Or we can always blame YouTube. But anyhow, we're back now. So yes, I was wanting to thank the little mystery dislikers that jump onto my streams and press the thumbs down button each time. It is actually quite a good thing, despite what they might think. It's really good conversation starter. For me, it's a big confidence boost because it shows that, you know, what I'm doing is important enough to be disliked. So I just want to thank those people for doing that each time. It gives me a nice little buzz every time I see them on my live streams. And as I say, a good conversation starter. Generally, people then in the chat start talking about the fact that people are disliking it. So it's good all around, basically. So once again, thanks to you. Okay, just going to scrape away this black stuff. You can see these boards, these little daughter boards, are made like rubbish. They're just a single layer. Basically, just there's that one single layer of copper and then a coating on the outside, and it's a very thin coating. Not made particularly well. Such is life. The main boards are made a lot better, but these little daughter cards, rubbish. Often the case with power supplies. I do find that all the time with power supplies. Okay, I haven't dropped any more frames since then. Don't know what happened there. Okay, let's just have a look. Do we measure the caps after you remove them? If so, how do these typically behave? Short, open, low capacitance, etc. It's a good question. I often don't, and there's a very good reason for that, and that is that people are generally just paying me to recap stuff, and so I am just basically taking the caps off and replacing them. And given the fact that I'm doing this for the purpose of making money, the time taken to actually go in and measure something which is just going to end up in the bin is kind of, it doesn't sort of make a lot of sense, sort of economically speaking, for me to waste time doing that. Now, having said that, I have from time to time grabbed a couple of the really bad looking capacitors and measured them, and they often have very high resistance, or they're well outside of their original spec. So, yeah. Well, we can do one today if you like. I'd be more than happy to do that. Right, let's just clean. Oh, actually, I better get some tinning onto that copper there. Tin, tin, tin. Okay, can't blame me now, Bruce. No, this is true. Fair enough. Off to bed. Fair enough, no worries. Thank you, Mr. Geek Gamer, for joining. It is one of the issues with the whole world and time zones and stuff like that. I can't always live stream at the time to suit everyone. It's just not possible. This is a good time, I guess, in Australia, although a lot of people will be out doing Sunday stuff because it's Sunday. In the US, well, it's not a good time if you're out partying and stuff like that. But is anyone out partying at the moment? I think everyone's in lockdown, aren't they? Okay, so we need some new caps. The new BH, hello and welcome to the stream. SCSI to SD cards work. Great, thank you again. Andrew, I did get your message, and it looks to me like you're having all sorts of fun and games with those. I do mean to send you a reply, but it's just I wanted to send you a more detailed reply, so I wanted a bit of time to do that. You're telling me all the fun and games you were having. I was very pleased to see that they were working in at least one of your computers. Yeah, it's a really interesting thing because I do get people, I've moved my capacitors up there by the way, I do get people often saying to me, oh, how do I set up a SCSI to SD? And I do intend to do a video one day, but one of the things that I think it's very important for people to understand is, okay, yes, there is the SCSI to SD utility where you plug them in and you set up your, SCSI ID and you set up the size of the size of the drive and stuff like that, and you can put other info in there as well if you want it to mimic a different sort of drive. But what I would ultimately say to someone is, once you get that SCSI to SD with a card in it, with running the latest firmware all ready to go, and you've got that there, and someone says, what do I do now? My kind of answer to that is, well, what would you do now if you had a brand new SCSI hard drive? Because that's kind of the same thing. I think people are looking to, oh, how do I get an image on here and all that sort of stuff. I look at it from a very different perspective, having been a user of these Macs, when, sort of when they were new, that, when you have a SCSI to SD, you have to think of it like a hard drive. It's nice that the SD card comes out and all that sort of stuff, but they're not really super practical in terms of copying stuff to and from the SD card, unless you have a computer permanently set up with an older operating system that you can copy stuff to. So like a 10.5 computer or something like that. But, yeah. Okay, here we are. Big signal, bad caps and hooking to main through video. No, I'm not planning to do that. I generally, I used to hang on to the old caps, but I just throw them away now. I just, there were just too many of them. I put Drano in the bathtub drain for the 5th time. Well, that's a bummer. Happy Saturday evening from smoky apocalyptic California. Yes, I've been hearing about that in the news. I hope it's not too horrendous for you. I'm very familiar with what's going on in California at the moment. It's what happens over here most years as well. One of the joys of, sort of where we are, a very, very hot climate. And of course, it's been very dry here as well. To do using someone to repair the credit card. Thank you. Okay. Do you have a Patreon? I don't have a Patreon. Thank you for asking, though. I was going to set one up, but I was just struggling with what I would be able to offer as that would be, you know, sort of worth Patreon's patroning. You know, I just sort of thought, but they've got all the different tiers, and I thought, what am I going to offer these people? I really don't know. I do. In the description of the video, you will find there's a donations link there to my PayPal account there. If anyone is feeling incredibly generous and wants to donate, they can do that. But of course, there's absolutely no pressure. I do not do this for the donations. I do this for the fun, but I do appreciate the donations. So, okay. Remember to put the caps on the correct way for polarity. A cap exploded on my CC analog a bit ago for that reason. Well, hello, the Wesker. I do appreciate that tip, but yeah, I'm pretty confident with putting the caps around the right way these days. I'm probably onto about my, I don't know, 3 caps, something like that. I don't know. It's something along those lines. Having said that, there's no markings on these to show which is positive and which is negative. I mean, unless that's the negative there. So if I want to know which way around these go, having not taken a photo of what it looked like before, where am I going to go? I'm going to go to a website called recapamac.com. And on that website, you'll find a menu there that's a menu item which says resources. And on that, you can then scroll down to your 2SI so selection from the menu. There's the link. Thank you, Jay, for putting that link up. You can go to 2SI and you will find a little link there to click on the power supply. And you will get yourself a little recapping guide there. That'll look. So I've got a system here of just putting these things anywhere I want. That's no. Come on. Where is it? Stop it. Where are you? Okay. I know it's in here because I was looking at it just before. Here we go. 2SI power supply. Now, admittedly, mine's covered in gunk all along here because it's been in my workshop. But here's a 2SI power supply that tells me exactly which way around these capacitors need to go and which ones I need. For this little daughter board, I need a 33 microfarad 25 volt. That's a nice big fat one. There's that. And I need a 100 microfarad 6.3 volt. That is certainly one of the regular sizes that we work with all the time. So, there we go. I've got my caps. I'm all ready to go now. We're replacing these with tantalum caps. And let's see, that's going around. Excuse me. That one is 100 goes here. And the 33 goes here with the positive to the left, like that. And this one is the positive down like that. This is why we have recapping guides, so that we don't actually have to record these things. So that's where that wants to go, right there, like that. As you can see, it's a nice big fat... Oh, actually, you probably can't see, but I've got depth perception on my microscope, so I can see that this capacitor is much thicker than the other ones that I normally work with. So let's pop this down here. And we will pop that on there. And we'll do a little bit of solderage. Like to keep them straight, because when I look at these afterwards, if they're not straight, I get very upset and I have to go back and redo them. Okay, that is soldered on. And once again, I will just check. Always good to check to make sure that, number one, you have the right capacitor in the right place. Number two, you have both sides soldered down. And number three, you have the polarity correct. And I have got the polarity correct, so that's good. Now, this one's an interesting one because I've got all this exposed stuff here. But I think I can still put this on without creating any accidental shorts. So I'm just going to plonk that there. As you can see, the code on that says 107. That's 1 0 followed by 7 zeros, which gives you, what is that? 100 million picofarads. And if we convert that into microfarads, it is 100. Right, let's have a look here. What are the 3-leg components? Regulators, transistors. Let's have a look. Well, they will vary. I mean, this one unfortunately has no no labels on these, and without actually looking at the codes, I couldn't be certain. But they are either going to be transistors or diodes. So, but I couldn't tell you exactly which because, as I say, I don't have a schematic of this little guy. And I obviously I could read these codes. And that would probably tell me what they were. The codes on the packages. Get some solder in there. Come on, man. In there. There we go. Okay. Got some solder on there. Or solder. Do you put any flux under that cap? Yes, I did. I put it on. I've been talking for so long. I put it on a while ago, and it's been sitting there all that time. And so I'm not surprised that you didn't know it was there because I put it on such a long time ago. But it is there, and that's helped me to get these nice smooth joints. So that's on. So this is basically the daughter board all ready to go now. So feeling good about that. Just going to give it a little clean, but I am going to pop this into the ultrasonic cleaner. I will put it in separately. I won't reattach it before I clean. For the purposes of testing today, I don't think I should use this power supply until it's cleaned. So I didn't pay attention to the polarity. Well, now you've learned a valuable lesson there, the Wesker, because that's it is very important to double check the polarity. I basically do with my videos. I always say to people, when we're going through and checking these things, we need to check to make sure that the right cap is in the right place, that both sides are soldered, that the polarity is correct. So those are the 3 checks. Is the power supply the same worldwide or with the different parts for 110 volt countries? This is actually a switching power supply. This one will adapt one way or the other. So this one can accept voltage. I think so. I think this is the one. Let me check. This one can accept voltages from 100 to 240 volts. So this one will just automatically adapt. So the only computers that had those power supplies that weren't auto switching were the original Macintosh, Macintosh 512K, 512KE, Macintosh Plus, Macintosh Classic and Classic 2. They were actually manufactured with power supplies for the voltage they were designed to, they were made with. So there was a 110 volt version and a 240 volt version. All of the other Macs had switching power supplies. Actually, one of the most annoying things was the Macintosh SE that came out. It had a switching power supply that would just go to 100 or 240 volts. And then the Mac Classic and Classic 2 came out later on, and they went back to the hardwired power supply. Stupid, that's what I say. Cost cutting. Swapping the aluminium electrolytic with tantalum caps. Yes, indeed. So... Howdy from Ohio. Hello, Chris. Thank you for joining. Hello, John Doe. I don't think I've said hello to you on that good old 2SI power supply. Yep. So we're sitting on 54 people at the moment. That's got to be some sort of record for me. Oh, geez, my knee's sore. Okay, so now we've got to get some of these caps off here. I'm going to change my camera views because this is not microscopy type work. This is now what do you call it? This is me not having enough space on my desk. So I've got to get a whole bunch of these caps off. What I will often do when I'm removing these caps is I'll grab a little permanent marker like this, and I'll go around and I'll look and I'll label all of the pins that I need to desolder. Saves me from flipping backwards and forwards and backwards and forwards and backwards and forwards. Now, I don't know how well I'm going to go with my solder sucker today because this solder is so crusty. I might need to add some. You know, I've mentioned this before on my live streams. It always seems counterintuitive to add solder to things you want to remove solder from, but it works. The new solder generally adds with the old solder and makes it more fluid, and so it's then easier to remove. I've got this little cluster of 3 here. Okay. Yeah, big part time, that's exactly right. Hello, Kate. Thanks for joining the stream. Okay. Neo B, hello. Okay, cool. Right, so, where are we? We are working our way through here. I have got... Yep, okay, so it's those, and then I've got a sneaky little capacitor sitting in here. And then I've got this guy here. These guys almost always leak. Yeah, I mean, there are the leakers on these things, I'm telling you. It's amazing the way it's got this white stuff on here. The other ones that I work with don't have that, so, or haven't had that, so curious to know what's caused it. I'm going to have to do a little bit of cleaning up on the coatings, because a lot of it's got exposed copper, and if you leave your copper exposed, you will end up getting corrosion. So I've got to either tin it, as in get a little coating of solder on it, or put a UV solder mask on it. That's that one. Is it that one? Or is it that one? I think it's that one. Yeah, it's that one. Okay, so now, even though I said this is not microscopy work, I am actually going to jump across and use the microscope now. See? You made a liar out of me. And that's because I'm going to add some new solder to these pins before I start trying to suck the solder out. So, there we go. Let's get some solder onto these. Come and get hot. There we go. Right. I'm using that good solder here. I'm going to suck it out again. Why don't I use my cheap stuff? Silly person. Okay. Do it. Come on. Bend. 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 Oh no. Doesn't look right. Don't like it. Where are we? Here. Going out of focus again, because that's... Well, that's my thing, man. Oh, these are the nasty ones. Look at that. Push out the old solder. Let's get some nice new stuff in there. We're going to have to do a bit of cleaning up of these pads afterwards. And I do hope that these videos sometimes serve to show people what happens to these in time, and that when you jump onto the forums and people say recap that computer, that they're not just saying it to be annoying, that they really are trying to give you useful advice in terms of preserving your computer as long as possible. Because although you can have a computer that might look like this and might still work, eventually it will stop working. And you don't want it to end up in a situation where it's beyond help. You know, we want to try and preserve these things as long as possible. I had a discussion with someone last night talking about these vintage computers, and of course, you know, I was telling them, oh, you know, I've got this, you know, YouTube channel, and I do little videos on restoring vintage computers. And, you know, because the first thing they said was, why? What's the point? What can you do with those computers anymore? And of course, he said, you know, like they're just like a calculator. You're not even going to be able to, you're not going to be able to do anything on them. And of course, that's just not the case. What you can do on them is you can do everything you could do on them back in the day. And, you know, I mean, on a Macintosh 2SI, you could do, you know, design and page layout. You could do retouching. You could, you could do a lot of things on these. What you can't do is you can't browse the web very well with them. You can't hang around on Facebook with them. This one is bad, isn't it? Look at it. You probably can't hear it, but I can hear the sound of drag racing. I live a long way away from a drag racing track, but drag racing is loud enough that I can actually hear the drag racing when they're doing it, and the wind is travelling in the right direction. When we talk about drag racing, we're talking about the car type, not the RuPaul type. Okay, let's have a quick look here. Are the figs dropping already? Yes, they are. They sure are indeed. We've got a lot of the bird activity is getting crazy. So my live streams are going to have lots of bird noises in the coming weeks. Oh, hey, hello. Okay, so I'm just checking the chat here, guys. So my apologies. Yes, right here where it is now, the weather is pretty awesome. It's up to, we're just getting into that real great comfort level where you can do outside stuff. And then within a couple of weeks, it's going to be too hot for us to do anything. So we have this little pocket of a few weeks where it's nice. Was the 2SI more popular than the Mac 2CI? That is something I would love to know. I would say probably not, simply because the 2CI was sold for a lot longer. The 2CI was available for purchase, I believe, for a much greater period than the 2SI. So I would say that 2CI possibly sold more, but it was more expensive. And getting sales figures from old Macs is really hard. So, oh goodness me, look at this chat. Are you using a concave tip or a bevel tip? I am actually using a bevel tip. I much prefer using bevel tips. It is a personal thing. I don't say to people, this is what you should be using. I do use a concave tip from time to time, but I use one like this with a little bend on it. And I like the little bend because it allows me to use that flat part of this to get more heat onto the board. Because really, when it comes to soldering, the most important thing is the transfer of heat from your soldering iron to what you're wanting to solder. And when you're working just with those fine concave tips like something like this, I find these to be pretty useless and I don't use them at all. The irony is that most soldering irons come with them. When you buy a soldering iron, you normally get a convex tip. Did I say, have we been saying concave? It is convex. Or is it? Oh, I can't remember what word I'm supposed to be using. My brain's going. I'm getting old. All right, so let's start removing some of the solder from this. And this one, it's virtually just fallen away anyway. Convex? Convex. Concave? I don't know. I can't remember. Concave? Convex? Conical? No. I don't know. Someone help me. Matt, hello, welcome to the stream. Okay, V8's a few kilometres up in the mountains, like a million bees all over town. Yes, so for those who don't know, Dana lives in Bathurst, and we have a racetrack out that way. We have one of our most famous races there, the, what was it, Bathurst 1000? Yeah, I've actually got a friend who lives out at Bathurst as well, and he jumps onto the racetrack every now and again. Okay, whoopsie. All right, let's now get some of this solder off and see how we go. We may end up having to come back to the microscope and all that, but I'll at least give this a crack. I'm going to put my goggles on because I'm going blind because I'm old, and that makes it hard for me to read these. Hello from Dallas, Texas, Steve Lovelace. Hello and welcome. Almost at 4K subscribers. Thank you very much. Yes, I am. I reckon I'll probably hit 4,000 tomorrow, or maybe tonight. Okay, concave has a cave and conical has a bad in it. There we go. Conical has a bad in it. Bad? Yeah, so it's a conical tip, isn't it? They're conical tips, those things. That's what we're talking about, aren't we? Yeah, conical tips. Yeah, I'm just, losing my mind. All right, so this is my machine. Now, one of the things that I've found with this is it tends to block up quite a bit, and I think that's mainly because I was using a very small tip on it with a very small hole. I found this to be a lot better if I use a larger tip on it, and I have to clean it quite regularly. And if you're wondering how I clean it, I use Desphine. Comes with it. So little pointy jabby thing that I put down there and go pointy, pointy, jabby, jabby, pointy. Someone has told me you can mod these to be more sucky, you know, get a lot more suction out of them, which I may end up doing. The problems I have been having was with getting heat where I wanted, but I'm actually starting to think that was because of the tip I was using. God, this thing's a mess. Don't let yours get like this, kiddies. Just say no. It's a horrible sound, I realise that. Now, of course, you don't necessarily have to use a machine like this. This is not an expensive one. It's a relatively inexpensive one. And it shows, because it's made like rubbish. But you can use a manual one of these, which I have. Floating around here somewhere. It has lovingly been named by Jay as the Bruceinator. This is it here. And this is a manual one. You put the soldering on in and you suck that away. The last time you're using this, the tip looked way more loose, probably why it wasn't working as well. I had it done up pretty tightly. I mean, I did check that, but who knows? Who knows? The other thing is the machine does weird things sometimes. It comes up and shows the temp, and then it says error, and you know, I think, yeah, that's not right. You can see it definitely does save some time. Oh, and sometimes capacitors just fall off like that. Stop it. Okay. So let's just have a look, see if I have any more to remove. Right. Let's just put this to one side. Let's see if we can get all these caps off now. And then I'll take my glasses off so I can read. Okay. Drag soldering. Oh, look at this big chat going off. Okay. You should... I was talking conical. Yes, I thought so. I was asking concave. T12 lens missing top. Usually recommend for drag soldering. Yes, I mean I have just always used a bevel tip, and the main reason why I like using a bevel tip is because, well, first of all you've got the tip of the bevel, which is quite fine, so you've got that if you need to get it into a little tight spot. But then you've also got that large flat part of the bevel, which you can lay down flat on the board and transfer a lot of heat where you want it. But so it's all about the heat for me. And make a lube for the machine. Okay, it is currently 12:21 Sunday for me. It is currently 12:21 Sunday for me as well. Though now it's 12:25. If you use it at an angle, they're less likely to clog up. Okay, I'll do that. That sucks. Haha, boom. Cool, that's all good to know. Okay, so right. Is that the PSU that you had been looking for? No, it is not. Believe it or not, this one actually, yeah, no, this one won't work at all. On the bright side, with the power supply I am looking for, Peter has said that he will sell me one of his. I haven't been in touch with him yet, but I will be. I haven't worked on that computer yet, so it doesn't really matter. It's not ready yet. So let's just see if these caps come out. But no, this is one for a Macintosh 2 SI. I was looking for one for a Macintosh 2 or a 2X or a 2FX. They all use the same. Now, the 2 SI, ultimately, this power supply will only work with a 2 SI in terms of the way it fits in the computer. But in terms of the pinout and the plugs and stuff like that, you can actually use this power supply in a 2CI, a 2VX, a 2VI, and so this little pinout is actually the same on quite a few computers, but they're all different size power supplies. So even though I could use this power supply to power up a 2CI, and 2CX as well, I wouldn't be able to put it in the case because it doesn't fit properly. No, sir. Okay, we've got this little cluster of 3 caps here. I'm hoping I can just bring them out in one go. Did I not? I didn't do 2 of the pins. Why? Okay. They are these guys. These guys. Hey, what's up, guys? I've had issues with a 2VX PSU. Logic board was recapped. The machine has to be plugged in a while before machine will power on. I think the PSU is having issues. That sounds to me like it needs to be recapped. The old leaving it plugged in for a while to work is often a sign of bad caps. Bad caps. Oh man, these ones are so crusty. Look at them. Shocking. I mean, I probably should be resoldering all of these pins here. But hopefully with a clean it might come up a little bit better. Right. Now hopefully we can get those 3 out. Like that. Now, what I'm going to show you now. Oh, Tone, how are you, mate? Oz Retro Comp is here. I'm going to be recapping your Amiga this afternoon. I'm not doing it live stream, but I will be recapping it. The only reason I'm not doing it live stream is because I did one just a little while ago. Okay. Okay. Oh, hello, David. Crept up on me there. Didn't see you. Okay. Looking. Thanks for tweeting a link to this stream. So much my jam. Well, thank you very much, Cameron McKay. You go ahead and feel free to subscribe to my channel, because this is what I do. Been lurking for the last hour. You waiting me to say something? That Oz Retro Comp. That guy. Okay. Okay, 55 views and just 27 likes. It's a crying shame. Thank you for saying that, Joe. That's very nice of you. Alright, so these are the caps I just removed, and I can tell you straight off the bat that they're not meant to look like this. So I'm just saying. So just for a little bit of fun, seeing as we were talking about it before, I can't remember who mentioned it, but whoever it was, thank you. Let's whack these onto the component tester and see what they do. We've got, just breaking them apart from the snot, the capacitor snot. There we go, off she comes. Both snot. Okay, so we have got here, just going to zoom out a smidge. That's a metric smidge, not an imperial one. Now, we've got 16 volt 1200 microfarad, 6.3 volt 2200 microfarad. Yeah, weird sizes. I hope I've got these. 6.3 volt 2200 microfarad. That just sounds weird sizes, but I guess I haven't done one of these in a while. Yeah, that's right. So I will have them. I hope I've got enough. Who downvotes this? People do it. I'm, you know, I've got haters. Haters will hate. I don't mind. As I've sort of said before in the live stream, I actually quite like it when people do the downvote. So don't feel bad about it. All right. So I'm just using my little component tester here. Let's see if I can zoom in a little bit. We can see what's happening. Testing. 1, 2, 3. It knows it's a capacitor. And it's 698 microfarads, and it is meant to be 2200 microfarads. So let's just say that this one is measuring slightly outside of its original spec. Yes, Andrew, that is exactly right. I run into people who don't understand why we like old backs. Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's actually that hard to comprehend the idea that people who grew up with computers of a particular type, or perhaps have an interest in the computer, you know, the computer industry or something like that. I don't see why it's so hard to fathom that people would want to use these old computers. I guess they're probably people that aren't into computers as much in general. I mean, I used a Macintosh 2SI, you know, back in the olden days, and I like to use it now. So we're testing another one here. This one is 1200 microfarad, and this one has tested at 237 microfarad. We've got some winners here. Did I already do this one? I can't remember. Let's have a look what it does with the ASR meter if it's here. Did I bring the ASR meter down, or is it still up in the... I was doing some ASR testing just the other day. I will get it later on. I won't do it right now. We'll just continue with this for now. But we can fairly safely say that these capacitors are not good. Someone getting a dental abscess drained. Yes, I'm not sure that would be my first choice of viewing. I'm not a big fan of those sorts of things, like those pimple popper shows and stuff like that. I can't watch them. I know that a lot of people love watching those sorts of things, but that's not for me. Okay. Oopsie. Blade comes off. I'm just cutting through snot. Capacitor snot. So this is this plasticky stuff. It's not hot glue, by the way. Anyone who thinks if they're putting these back together and they want to use some hot glue on this, it's not hot glue. If you use hot glue, it's not a good idea, because hot glue melts at a really low temperature. And so if you're putting those on a capacitor that might, in a power supply that might heat up a little bit, it's really not a good idea to use hot glue, because it will melt once the thing gets hot. If you do want to put some snot back on these, go with a sort of an electronic type, a neutral drying Silastic, which is silicon. Whoopsie. I use, if I do ever need to stick snot back on there, I use this stuff here, which I think is still here. Oh, it's even in the box. Look at that. I use this electrical sealant. It's a type of Silastic. As I say, it's neutral drying. It's designed to be used with electronics. And you can put that on your capacitors and it'll hold them in place, or whatever the case may be, stop them from vibrating. Okay. Excuse me. Oh, there's a little capacitor in here I need to pull out. Out you come, fella. Out you come. Come on. Don't want to. So I've got my goggles on at the moment, so I can't read the chat. Not a word of it. So in a moment, I'll take my goggles off and I'll go and read to see if I've missed anything of importance. Or even of non-importance, I don't mind. Chat is chat. It doesn't have to be important. Out. Out. Out, damn spot. Come on. Oh, boy, this one's been stubborn. Why? Come on, you're going to send me into a fit of rage if you don't come out. No one wants to see that. Have I done something stupid? No, apparently not. I mean, probably, but not this. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I've done something stupid. Oh, this is going to suck now. I desoldered the wrong thing. That's why it's not coming out. Something come out. Okay, so that is that. Oh, man. I feel such a fool. Okay, so that is the one I wanted to undo. That capacitor should come out now, unless I got the wrong one again. Hey! Now I have to get this thing poking back in again. There's a little jumper wire in here. That's what I undid by accident. I'll get that pointing back down there and I'll solder him back on. Avoid any confusion in the future. Here we go. All right, let's just do a quick little catch up on the chat up on the catch. That's all of the capacitors out that I'm going to replace. They're all here now in a big pile. I do need to get my ASR meter. This one's got some terrible leakage as well. What's this one? This is a 4.7 microfarad. Let's see what this one does. Whoopsie. Whoopsie. Okay. $5,420 nanofarad. It's a little bit over. Or is it under? I don't know. Someone convert that into microfarads. Oh well. Okay, so oh dear. Okay, burning solid foot. I didn't notice the iron drop off into the carpet and stood on it for half a minute. I did that when I was about probably 10, something like that, when I was early in soldering, and I was soldering on the floor and left the soldering iron there lying on the floor and then stepped on it. And I stepped on it right in where the sort of the toes join the foot sort of thing. So it was like underneath my toes there. Horrible burn. Oh, that was horrendous. I was in so much pain. Anyhow, I've never made that mistake again. This was barefoot, by the way. This wasn't on a shoe. Where did you get that component tester from? That's a very good question. I actually bought it either from AliExpress or Banggood or one of those as a kit, and I assembled it. It can run off a 9-volt battery or a power supply, and it can test resistors, capacitors, diodes, transistors. It's a really, really handy little thing. It's also got a little signal generator on there as well. Now, it's I can't remember. There's a particular code that this kit has, and you can literally just do a search for that code. But it would be too much to ask for it to be written on the device, wouldn't it? Way, way too much to ask. It's like it's got a 3 in it. I know that's not helpful. But let me see if I can find one. Actually, is GT still in the chat? He bought one. He knows where the links are. Jay bought one. He might know. He knows where the links are. Okay. What is that component you have? Are you talking about the component tester or the component, the one that I had a capacitor here before? Bruce went to solder injury. I can tell you that's a mistake you only make once, and you only make when you're a child. So, the tester, yes. So, look, I really should have a link to this in my do I have a link to it? I was going to put a link in. It's just a question of whether I did. Right, okay, well, I've taken these caps off. Now, the next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to clean these up. In the meantime, I'm going to hope that one of my Macyak buddies comes back to the chat and can actually put a link in there. See, look, see the way my Macyak guys have just disappeared now? Oh, no, there's Steve. So I'm just hoping that someone can put a link into the component tester. There, as I say, they're a very handy little thing. If not, I will add one to the description afterwards. So time for a bit of a toothbrush and a bit of a wipe. We're just going to get the worst of this gunk off here. this isn't properly cleaning, it's just getting the worst of it off. And then what I need to do is I need to make these pads a little bit more receptive to solder. At the moment, if I try and put new components on, that solder is just going to kind of blob on the surface. It's not going to properly stick to these pads. And that's because these pads are in such bad condition. So we've got to just tidy these up. So I'm just going to jump across here and see if we can get that into focus. We ultimately just don't want them looking the way they look at the moment. So got to get all the black stuff off. I'm using a scalpel blade here. I mean, someone has just told me recently that you can get nice curved X-Acto blades. So if you may not necessarily want to go down the path of getting the scalpel blades that I have in the description. This blade is getting a little bit tired. I might actually get a new one. I'm going to add some flux in here, and I'm going to add some new solder, and I'm going to rub it around and just try and clean these things up a little bit. Is that rust on the board? Yeah, well, yeah, it is. It's corrosion on copper. I'm not sure if is corrosion on copper called rust? I'm not sure. I know it's rust is certainly like, was it iron oxide, but it's, with it being copper, I'm not sure if there's another name for it. But this, what you're seeing, this brown stuff here is basically just the copper having gone dark from oxidation, depending on which part of the world you're in. I come from an oxidization part of the world. We also say aluminium instead of aluminum. Starting to look better. Why are my fingers getting hot? Don't normally have that problem with soldering iron. What am I doing differently? Okay. Oh, thank you, GT, for putting that link in there. Much appreciated. Yes, that's it. The GM328. I knew it had a 3 in it. You can buy them pre-assembled or assemble them yourself. Now, obviously, I bought mine as a kit because I wanted to assemble it, but the pre-assembled ones aren't much more expensive. So if you can't be bothered assembling it, just get a pre-assembled one. Okay, so we've got some improvement going on here. Let's now get rid of some of that solder I've added and just leave ourselves nice clean pads ready for components to go on. I do actually see this. I had someone send me a board recently where I could see that someone had tried to recap a power supply that was like this, and they hadn't bothered to do any of the prep to try and get the copper receptive to solder, and you could just, the joints were just horrendous. It was an LC2 power supply, I think it was, and I just took the new components out. Did this, got the copper looking nice again, and it just makes such a difference when you put those new components back on. Well, cheap tester, I think it's a bad cap. What are we talking about? 220. You write that off to a cheap. Oh, there's a cheap tester. Well, what I can tell you is if we're talking about this tester we're talking about here, the one that I've been using, my GM328, I found it to be pretty accurate. So when I pull out like one of my Panasonic caps or something like that, and I tested it, it tests, within only a few % of what that cap should be. So I consider that the tester actually does quite a good job of testing. Are you talking about a brand new cap there, Jay? Is that a brand spanking new cap, or is it is it something you pulled off an old board? There's copper underneath. $10 old. Yeah, okay. So is it the... Would you write that off as a cheap tester or think it's a bad cap? I mean, I would be inclined to get rid of it. I mean, what I would also do with that is perhaps check the ESR, see what its resistance is. Well, when you put it in your component tester, what resistance are you getting, just out of curiosity? And what voltage is the cap? Sorry, I know this is very boring housekeeping, just getting rid of all this gunge. This is gunge. This is more of a dry gunge than a wet scunge. Don't let your power supply get as bad as this, folks. Get it recapped. Heed the warning. Some of this, of course, will help once it goes through the ultrasonic cleaner. The ultrasonic cleaner does quite a good job of getting things like this clean. I will then, of course, have to do quite a bit of coating of UV mask. Otherwise, this will just get worse. Okay, will you do UV solder mask after scraping? Yes, I will indeed. Absolutely. 50 viewers now. Wonderful. Thank you to all the people that are watching. If you haven't said hello, please jump on and say hello. If I don't say hello back, it's not personal. I just do sometimes miss messages. What's the best flux to get? In my opinion, the best flux is it's in the description of the video. It's called Amtech NC5 Amtech NC559 V2TF. I recommend it. Okay, so smash that like button. Hey, what's up, guys? Thanks for joining. Please subscribe. Smash that like button. Okay. Polytan. Okay, that's interesting. It's a surface mount? What was the what's the voltage of the cap, Jay? I think I can't remember if you've answered that. I know I know it's a 220 microfarad, but what was the voltage on that? Because that's a pretty low ESR, 0.04. I wouldn't be too worried about that. I put it this way: if you've got something that's not working, I'm not certain that it would be that cap causing a problem. I will probably do a little bit more of this later on. I won't just keep going with this because it's a little bit boring to watch me scrape. Hey, I'm scraping. Don't watch me scrape. Right, okay, we continue. These are the really bad ones over here, so I'm going to get my flux. What's that poking through there? Oh, this cap hasn't fallen off yet. Fall off. Oh, God. Oh, that's not a cap. I've desoldered something's not meant to be desoldered. But having said that, those pads could still use some cleaning, so we'll just get that one ready to put back on again. What is it? It's an inductor by the looks of it. Okay. Yes, I mean, having the copper exposed won't stop it from working. It's more just about the fact that that exposed copper will corrode. It will react with the air, and it will corrode. And we don't want that. This stuff that I'm doing here is necessary. I don't consider it me being pedantic or something like that. I think that, you know, when what we're doing here is we're trying to make these things, you know, last as long as we can, I think it's essential to make sure that you're getting these pads all nice and cleaned up. Unfortunately, it does mean you go through quite a lot of wick, but I don't mind. It's not super expensive and it's just part of doing the job. I've had lots of people say to me things like, "Oh, what are you wasting your money on wick for? Just use some braid out of some coaxial wire or something like that." Well, it might work fine, but yeah, not even all wicks are the same. You know, you can get good wicks and you can get bad wicks. So something tells me if you're using braid out of coaxial wire, it's not going to be as good as a good quality wick. I have lots of people saying things to me like, "Oh, you're wasting your money using that, man. Just use this." And I'm just like, mate, you use what you want to use, okay? My videos aren't about doing things, you know, like some sort of standard way or something like that. My videos are about doing things the way I do them. Doing things the way I like to do them, doing them the way that works for me. And so when someone tells me, "Oh, you're wasting your money, man," it's like, yeah, okay. Have a nice day. You go recommend your stuff on your YouTube video, okay? They're probably the ones giving me the dislikes. No. Oh, okay. You don't know what the voltage is. Is it a surface mount size? Hello. Crazy Tech Reviews. No problem with you being late. As it turns out, I'm working really slowly, so that works out well, doesn't it? Surface mount capacitor, so it's probably a 50 volt or something like that. I would think. These pads aren't anywhere near as bad, so I don't need to go as crazy into the prep as I did on the others. I'm just going to get these ready for new solder to go on. Same with these guys here. These are the holes for the daughter card. Wonderful, wonderful. Tiny tip. Usually see you welding a much bigger one. Well, this was my normal size one. It's getting smaller. But yeah, this is my normal size one. I do sometimes use a gigantic one when I'm trying to get solder out of holes. But this is definitely my normal size one for just general soldering. I really thought that I would be done with this power supply by now. I guess it's because it's so ugly. But for anyone who is watching, I'd like to apologise for the fact that I am still going. Because I am taking a while with this. Got some nasty copy here. Gonna have to do some scrapey scrape. Oops, I nearly just burned myself then. Because I'm a professional. Anyone sick of this yet? I am. Great with streaming, very educational. Well, I'm glad you say so. I'm not sure how educational it is, but it's fun. It is meant to be fun. It's meant to be fun for folks that think this sort of thing is fun. It's meant to be light-hearted. And if it turns out to be a little bit educational as well, then that's pretty good. If it helps sort of build people's confidence to get them to go and repair their own computers, or if it frightens them into getting their computers repaired by someone else, then that's good as well. Because I don't like seeing these things sort of in this way. I was going to say neglected, but neglect is not necessarily the right term, because, you know, this stuff can end up just happening by itself. Only neglect in perhaps it has been sitting in a cupboard or something like that. Oh man, so much gunk, so much scraping. I'm going to tire of this soon. I might have to come back and do it later on because boredom strikes. Just need to bend this pin up a little bit so I can get the scrapey a bit better. Up. Whenever Bruce apologises, take a drink. Oh dear. I don't know. I mean, I have trouble sort of standing back and just looking at this as if I was watching it. I mean, if I was just watching someone do this, I probably would have absolutely no issue with this just going on like this, because, you know, I don't mind watching a little bit of work being done on computers. I used to sit there and watch Rossmann streams back in the old days. Sit there and watch them for hours. But I do sometimes feel like, you know, in particular, if someone's sitting on here just hanging out to see the computer switch on, you'd be watching this thinking, oh my goodness, I'm going to be here for hours. Up. Oh, there's a bird in here. Who is it? Is it one of mine or is it a pigeon? We'll soon find out. Oh, it was a pigeon. Just checking. If it was going to be little Bernadette, I was going to bring her in and show her off, but no, it wasn't. Yes, the Backyard crew members all moderate each other's streams. Yes, I know, it's fun, isn't it? Watch this old computer turn on and run for the people who just want to see them working. Yeah. Aussie Bob Ross. Fine. I actually watched a bit of a Bob Ross the other day. Having never watched an episode of Bob Ross before. For some reason, I'm not really sure why, but for some reason they're airing them over here at the moment. And old Jeopardies as well. I can be a little bit harsher with the copper around here than I would necessarily be on a logic board. You know, I mean, these I'm not as likely to sort of lift the pad on these. They're much more durable. I removed some solder from some of these pins, so I need to put them back on. Make it easy one. And this one. There we go. Right. And maybe this one as well? No, that one's okay. This one? This one. This one. There we go. Okay. Yeah, Bernadette's way too cool for this club anymore, I know. I watch Bruce's old streams when I can't sleep. Are you telling me that they help you sleep? I wouldn't be surprised if they did help you sleep. I should start talking like this. Thank you very much for joining. I appreciate you watching the live stream today. We're recapping a 2SI, and we're hopeful that at the end of it, it will all be working. Oh, I've got so much there. I'm not happy with this. It is going to take me so long to get solder on all of these bits of exposed copper. I might just be better off with the UV mask. Anyhow, it's enough of that. Let's start getting some caps on this thing, hey? 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 That's what we're here for. That's what we all came for. Caps, man, caps. I have my ultrasonic cleaner behind me, which I have talked about. It seems to be working quite well at the moment. I'll be using it this afternoon because I'm going to be recapping an Amiga 1200, and they're a big board. Actually, I'll be using it for this as well. But I could have actually put this one in the old cleaner because the old cleaner is small. But, yeah. Alright, now, one of the first things I need to do is put this component back on that I took off that shouldn't have been taken off. And it goes right here. There we go. I'm soldered, my focus is all the way out, sorry. It's up too high. Just going to put this on here. Yoink. Yoink. There we go. Okay, so that's a little inductor that I took off and didn't mean to take off because I'm an idiot. Alright, let's scoot this out of the way and let's start getting some new caps on here. So, my hands are really sticky. I really wish I'd worn gloves. I need to get a whole... Oh, there's a whole stack here. Piffle. Okay, let's go get them, shall we? 400 volt. Where on earth is that? Here it is, up there. 6.3 and 400 volt. So I've got some of them in the same container. I used to keep these capacitors behind me, but I have now got storage behind me here for logic boards. Just over there. Yeah, should have leaned that way, shouldn't I? There. So we need one 4.7 microfarad, 400 volt. And we have that one there. Pleasure of watching you work as I relax. Well, that's very nice of you to say. And it's a Saturday night, so I hope people are relaxing in the US at the moment, or I should say in the Northern Hemisphere, rather than specifically the US. Whether you're in the US or in Canada or, you know, wherever, it's certainly in that general region. It's still Saturday night there. Okay. Okay. Bought the pre-assembled tester. Yep, which is absolutely totally fair enough. And that's what I would. If you're just after a tester, do that, because as I say, it doesn't cost much more. Is the audio muted for anyone else, or just a problem at my end? Can anyone tell me if they're having audio issues? At this stage, the audio appears to be working for me, so I hope it's yep, audio all good. I actually use two microphones. I have this microphone here, this lapel microphone, which is very good in particular if I get up and walk away. It still picks up my sound. But sometimes the battery goes flat in that midstream, so I've got a second microphone here, which is sort of the backup in case that happens. Okay, so we need 6.3, no, that's surface mount. We need two 2200 6.3. There we are. I'm going to need to order some more of these. So that's those. That's it for the 400 and the 6.3s. Now we need 25, 35, and 16. So let's go and grab all of those. Lots of caps on this, aren't there? There's 16. Where are we? 25, 35, all of them together. Isn't that nice? All right. Okay, 16. Let's start with that. What do we got? We've got 220, 2 times 220, 2 times 1200. 1200, 16, 2 times 220. 220 is a little. 2 times 220. 2 times... Oh, these are big fat ones. I hope these are the right size. I've got smaller ones if I need them. I might grab them both out just in case. Going. 1200. So that. Okay, 1200. Was it? There's nothing wrong with me, is there? I'm grabbing 2200s when I need 1200s. Where are the 1200s? Come on, guys, where are the 1200s? 1200 16 volt. Oh, they're little ones as well. Is this them? Uh-oh. 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 I only have one 1200. That is, unless there's some more floating around, because I did get a shipment recently and I haven't had a chance to put them in yet. Where did I put those? We'll have to come back to that. 30, I can possibly put some 25s on there instead. We've got a 125 and a 4725. 47. This 35. What's wrong with you? What's wrong with you? 4725. This is the boring part. I do apologise. Oh, I apologised again. Have a drink. 4725. 125. What was that other one? 1200. Have I got any 1200s here? No. I'm probably going to have to come back here because I do feel like I'm not doing this very well. 5635. 5635. So the one that I'm missing potentially, let me just check. Where did those caps go that I hadn't put away? They can't be too far away. I'll put them up here. I did put them up here. Please be 1200s. Whoopsie. They're 2200s. So we're going to have to do this with one cap missing and then I won't be able to test it. Never mind. I was going to clean it anyway, so. Is that fuse gone? No, that's all right. That's really disappointing. This does happen to me quite a bit because I don't have a very good inventory type system. and I need to put one in effect that when I recap this, I know which capacitors I'm going to be using, and they'll just automatically deduct from my inventory. That's coming. It's on the way. My repair system is growing. It is getting better. But for the moment, yeah, we're just going to have to live without one of these 1200 16s, and I'll have to add that later on. I'm so annoyed with myself. Alright, so let's start off with a couple of 2200 6.3s. There's that one there, and there's that one there. 2200 6.3, there they are. They're nice long thin ones to match up the long thin ones I took away. I haven't looked at the chat for a while. Oh yes, thank you for reminding me, Jay. Please jump on to the old Apple serial number info.com and vote for the 512K, because we all know how important the 512K is in the history of the Macintosh computer. So Power Mac G4 can have its heyday another time. So yes, Apple serial number info.com. Jay put the shameless plug up there. It is a very useful website. Does allow you to look up information about your computer if you type in the serial number. It's fancy stuff, fancy. So yes, just jump on there and vote for the 512K, or anything else if you like. You can vote for anything you like. It's basically fine. Right. Oh, my dulcet tones are coming through now. That's awesome. I'm glad to hear that, Cameron Mackay. Sorry. Coming this summer. Where are we? Actually, I'm repairing. I messaged you on Facebook actually a few days. Do you have a video about how to change the battery holder from half AA to CR2032? I haven't got a video on it, basically because I'm not particularly happy with the end result. I do have a CR2032 holder I use, but the pins are not in the same place. So what I end up having to do is bend one of the pins up and then run a little extension wire, and I don't like the look of it. It works, it's functional and everything, but it's just not something that I've thought, hey, I'm going to do a video on that, because I just feel like it's not quite refined enough for that. But yeah, voted for the Power Mac G4 J due to peer pressure. Voted 512K. Okay, Adrian Blacktail. Okay, let's go. Everyone should vote 512K. Okay. Okay, where's the love for the 2006 iMac? Here's a really important point, Laura Layden, and that is that one of the things Jay does when he does this Mac of the Month thing, he puts like 4 really ridiculous computers up against each other. I mean, the Macintosh Portable, I mean, it was a very important computer at the time. We know they're a bit of a dog, but, you know, the Macintosh Portable did actually provide some interesting things at the time. But it doesn't get a look in against some of the others there. And it's even just comparing a G4 AGP to a 512K is kind of silly. But, you know, I mean, I don't make the rules, so I just vote for what I want to vote for. Can we vote twice? Well, there are kind of ways. Theoretically, no. Okay. Would I recommend buying a new half AA battery instead of changing the holder? That is what I'm doing now, and can I tell you, there is a justification behind that. A lot of the old Macs that I was doing, I was replacing the holders. I'll show you. I've actually got one here that I can probably show you with. This is here's one. This is a classic. This is a classic one. This is it here, and you can see this is the holder there. And so I use this holder. I have one pin going through the original hole, and then this pin here I bend up, and I run across there. I can probably even zoom in a little bit more if needed. Okay, that way. Focus. There we go. So I have this little pin joining there and running out into the hole there. And it's fun and it works and that's all fine and all that sort of stuff. But here's the problem. What I've found is if you're not using these things super regularly, these batteries will only last for probably about a year before they need to be replaced. Whereas a half AA, being a bigger battery and everything, will last quite a bit longer. And at the end of the day, you can pick up those half AA batteries on eBay for not too much money, particularly if you buy more than one. And I mean, for me, I buy them like 20 at a time because I've got so many of these on computers. But and of course, I put batteries in for my customers as well when they send them to me. I say, hey, would you like a new battery? And a lot of them are just like, yeah, may as well. So we're looking at 2200 6.3 that I am just taking a really long time to put in. So we've got it that way, and we'll go positive up that way. And we'll go, that one goes here, positive up that way. While I've got my little cluster of 3, I may as well put my little 1216. I've only got one of them, but I'll put it here. When it comes to buying capacitors for this particular computer, I really recommend that you take measurements. And people are often saying to me, hey, I want to buy caps. But when I jump onto the website to buy caps, I put in the measurements. You know, I put in 2200 6.3 volts, and about 2,000 choices come up. How do I know which ones to buy? Well, there are quite a few things that you can be looking out for. Number one is obviously things like tolerance. If you have a lower tolerance, it's generally better, but you will pay more for lower tolerance. You need to make sure it's the right size. And in terms of the size, what you're looking for, you're looking at the diameter of it, the length of it. Obviously, if it's smaller than the original, it doesn't really matter. It's just obviously you don't want it to be bigger than, because you may not fit into the space that's assigned for it. So you want the diameter and you want the height. But the other really important thing is the spacing of the leads, because sometimes the holes, you can get ones with the lead spacing is wider, and then they don't go into the old holes. So they're the things you want to look out for. And then obviously when they have their temperature, this is 105 degrees Celsius, means that this can function at a higher temperature than, say, an 85 degrees Celsius one. So the higher the temperature there, the better the quality. The lifetime, they are generally given, they have a lifetime when you buy these capacitors. The higher the lifetime, the better they are. And then, of course, brand. You stick with the brand, something like Nichicon or Panasonic or something like that. So just mentioning these things, if you are looking to buy capacitors, they're all things to look out for. And then, of course, there's also cost. You don't want to necessarily just go out and buy the most expensive capacitor out there if it's not needed. So, trying to find a good balance is important. I'm being away from the chat again. Whoopsie. No mic, no cam. Okay. I see cam and hear mic. Refresh Michael. I hear it's been fine. It's good. Okay. Pleased to hear that. Okay. Streams okay. I bought a few sets of console 5 for my recapping project. Excellent. Get to the end to where. Okay. So now the whole console 5, which is always a great, I think is a great thing that you can just jump on there and get the caps. I've had a few people that have said the main reason why they don't buy the console 5 ones is that you don't get a choice about the caps that are in the kit. So it's been predetermined, it's pre-decided, you want to go this capacitor and that. And sometimes people might want to have a different brand of capacitor rather than just the one the console 5 recommends. So I am actually planning to potentially sell some kits at some stage. And that comes mainly from people asking for it. They've actually said, hey, do you sell kits? And I've been, no, but I might. And of course I will sell kits of the capacitors that I can recommend, ones that I consider to be a good balance between cost and quality. Okay, I am now just getting to the soldering phase here. I generally solder one pin of each one, and then I push them down while holding the iron on the solder bit, just to make sure that they're sitting nice and flush on the board. I'm going to end up with quite a lot of solder on these now, because I've got a lot more exposed area of pad than I had before, because I've had to clean them up so much. Okay, so there are my soldered pins. Da-da-da. Now I can just chop off the excess. Pew! Pew. By the way, it's always a good idea to keep some of these excess leads in storage somewhere, because they're very handy if you need to do a bridge somewhere, or if You've got to do some repairs on a board. Ron's Computer Videos, thank you very much for that. Start selling kits. Okay, no worries. See, the pressure's there. So once again, I've done this. This is definitely not the first time I've done this. I have got a situation now where I am not going to be able to finish recapping this because I don't have one of the capacitors in stock, and it's very embarrassing. So sorry. What have we got there? 400 volt, 4.7. Where's that one go? There. Again, this one's a good leaky one. So I'm going to pop this in. Plus minus. Plus, I do want to get out the ASR meter and just check these two caps here as well. And I can show you the use of an ASR meter as well. An ASR meter is used for testing capacitors without having to remove them from the board. Sorry, I just read your comment there, Steve, about wanting to image some old drives. Whenever I get hold of old drives, they're always full of rubbish. The stuff that I already have. Are you streaming after Bruce, Steve? Yes, come on, Steve. Steve, are you Steve? Steve, come on, Steve. Stream, Steve. Maybe. Oh, that's promising. Okay. Maybe is unacceptable. It's better than no, Jay. You know, it's not what you want to hear if you're asking a girl out or something like that, but it's okay if we're talking about live streaming. I reckon we can turn maybe into a yes. Right. Now, what is this one? This little one here is a 4725. Is that it? 4725. Where does that go? Using my guide here, over here on my keyboard. 4725. Positives that way. Hang on. That way. That way. 4725. This is one of the caps that sits behind the little daughter board that goes in here. So there's that. And what's the other one that goes next to it? 100 microfarad 25. $100 microfarad 25. Yay. Yep. Okay, I have the joy at the moment of having to constantly flip my glasses up and down, because when I'm doing this sort of work, I do need the glasses so I can see what I'm doing, and then I need to take the glasses off so that I can read the comments. Yoink. 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 Okay, Briggs, if you say so. Yep. Soldering on. I'm actually going to be doing a pre-recorded video soon. It's going to be the next in my series of learning to solder. It's a long time since I did any of those, but I did do one of those a while ago, and people do seem to like it. I get lots of people saying thank you, this really helped, that sort of stuff. So I'm going to do a soldering a kit video. And I've basically got a kit, and I'm going to just go through the process of soldering a kit and making sure you're getting nice clean joints and making sure it works the first go. Okay, so there's my caps on there. And what are we looking at now? So the one that I can't put in is, when is the Lisa vid coming out? That's a really good question. Yeah, I've got to do an intro for it still. There's a reason why I haven't done that yet. And that is that it's just difficult for me to get the get set up for the doing the intro. It's a lot of disruption, and I quite literally have so many old computers floating around in my living room at the moment. It just makes it very difficult for me. So these are 220 microfarad 16 volt, 220 16, 220 16, 220 16. There we go. So these ones go here. So I need to set up the lights and the camera and all that sort of stuff, and I've just I just haven't been able to do that lately because of all the mess in the place. I am getting through stuff. I am actually starting to get through all of the computers that I have here. I've got a bit more of a system going now. When I'm working on a job, if I do a recap and the computer doesn't work after the recap, all of a sudden what I'm doing sort of ends up becoming a charity. And the reason for that is that it's very, very difficult for me to charge a suitable amount of money for repairing some of these old computers to, that is, equivalent to the amount of time that I spend on it, but that someone would actually also be prepared to pay. These are old computers. They're, if you turn around and, if someone's got a couple of $1,000 laptop and it's not working, and you go and you say, oh, okay, I can fix that. It's going to cost you $350 or something like that. You look at that and you think, well, thousands of dollars to buy a new one, $350 to repair it. Yeah, fair enough, no worries. If you say to someone $350 to repair a vintage Mac, they're going to laugh at you. It's just a ridiculous amount of money. So when I've got these ones that need repair, they need diagnostics and repair, they kind of have to get put on hold and get done in my spare time, because I need to just try and get these recaps moving through at a pace that justifies the expenditure, justifies the cost. So I end up with some of these problem computers sitting around for a long time until I get the time to invest in them. So, and I'm working on that at the moment to try and improve the situation, but that's just sort of, that's something that I've been having to kind of deal with lately. Deal with it. All right, so this one over here is a 56 microfarad 35 volt. How's that for a weird one? And then there's plus that way and there's minus that way. Just keeping in mind with electrolytic capacitors that the minus is the stripe, unlike a tantalum, where the stripe is the positive. Really feel like I need to wash my hands. They're so sticky at the moment. This has been a very sticky exercise. Okay, was extremely underpaid and underappreciated. Thank you for that. What do I usually charge for Mac repairs? It varies a lot. It really does vary a lot. I mean, the prices of my recapping are on my website. The only reason why I'm not actually quoting that price here is if I decide to put that price up in the future and someone is watching this video and they start quoting the price that I give in this video, I want them to actually get the price off the website, because the price will have the current website. So on my Recap a Mac website, there is information about pricing there. When it comes to repair, it's very much about looking at what the repair is. For, some computers are harder to repair than others. Some are fairly straightforward. I can look at some and I can say, oh yeah, no, that's no problem. That's half an hour and I'll have that done. And then other ones are sort of like, wow, this one's going to take a fair bit of diagnostic work. I've got an 840 AV here at the moment that I know is just going to gobble up hours. But the 840 AV is, it's in demand. People who have them are wanting them working. So, because there are certain people out there charging obscene amounts of money for these things. Right, now what's that one in there? Oh, you idiot. You idiot. It's this one. This is the one that I yanked out of there, thankfully. This isn't on my guide, this one. Can you believe that? 100 microfarad 10 volt. I've got to fix that up. It might be actually, I think it's on the guide on the website, just not on this one I printed out here. Let me just check that. Ladies and gentlemen, the 840 AV curse. The curse is the way they were made. The reason why there are so many problems with 840 AVs is because of the way they're made. I'm just going to come out and say it straight up. Like that. Recap a Mac. Let's have a look. Thank you for putting that link there, because I needed that website. Just going to have a look here. I just want to make sure I do have this on the guide and I have got the right one and all that sort of stuff. And why isn't it working? What's going on? computer says no. Okay. 2SI. There it is. 2SI power supply. Yeah, but he's on this guy. Yep, that's right. And it is a 100 microfarad 10 volt. So let's get over to the 10 volts, shall we? The picture's a bit dark. Sorry, folks. Not that website. That website. There we go. And now you say the guide. No, the guide is complete. My guide, printed one here, is incomplete. The guide on the website is complete. Because I look after my customers. Okie dokie. What is it? What is it? What is it? 110. 270, 100, 1,000. I don't seem to have a 110, so let's see if we've got one in maybe a 16 or a 25. I've got a 1210. I need a 1216. Not a good idea to go under voltage. Not a good idea at all. So 110. Let's go to 116. Sorry about this, folks. Not very well prepared in this live stream, am I? Oh, I apologised again. So have a drink. I do have a 100 microfarad 16 volt, so that's what I'm going to use instead of the 10. There's no problem going up in voltage. You just don't want to go down. Need a stroll. Be right back. No problem. Stroll away. Okay. Wonder what it is about the 840 AV that makes it so popular. I will say that when I used an 840 AV back in the day, because I'm an old person, I was pretty darn impressed with them. Apart from the fact they were the fastest computer that you could buy at the time from Apple, they were really, really fast, which is impressive. The AV part of it was incredible. I remember capturing video onto the computer and doing a little bit of editing. I guess it was probably in Premiere at the time, an old version of Premiere. It was pretty darn amazing. I thought they were incredible. Come on, Cap. Stop it. Can't see in here at the moment. We got, yeah, I got it. There we go. We're in. Look how big is a fig falling on the roof. Right. And there we have it. So, I have not completely recapped this board because I am missing a capacitor. I need to order some more, which I will do. I will do that as soon as I finish this live stream. I'll jump on and spend more money. But I have basically finished the majority of the recapping there. I will expect this to work. I am also going to clean this little daughter board, which I recapped right at the beginning. So I'm going to pop these two things into the ultrasonic cleaner. I won't do it now because it makes a horrendous noise. And then yes, I will get that replacement cap and I'll finish this off. So unfortunately we won't get to test this, but it won't stop us from testing the computer itself because I do actually have other power supplies I can use. So that's quite good. So let's put this one on the back burner for now, shall we? Actually, no, there was one more thing I wanted to do, and for that I need to pop up to the house. So I will be back in just a moment. Please sit tight. I will be back very soon, literally like in about a minute. Back. Okay, so this is an ESR meter. ESR stands for extremely silly resistance. No, that's not true. I can't remember. It's the last word's right, but I can't remember what the first two mean. What these allow you to do is measure resistance without having to take the capacitor out of the board. You can measure it on the board. That's what I'm going to do here. I'm going to measure these two caps here. This one here and one here. You always got to make sure that the capacitors have been discharged before you test them. This one hasn't been used in ages, so it'll be discharged, so that's all good. Good night, Cameron. Are you off, are you? Got to go and have a delightful stream. Thank you very much for joining. All right. It's already gone expensive today. Yes. Okay, cool. Equivalent series resistance. I love it when people who are watching it actually remember that stuff, because I don't. I will remember it one day. It'll lock in one day, but for the moment it's not. Now the first thing I'm going to do is just kind of reset this by putting the leads together and pressing the 0 button, and it will 0. And now we're reading around about roundish 0.02, something like that. Right, so let's check these two caps. So I'm going to touch the leads onto these two pins here like that, and I'm going to get, oopsies, getting a resistance of 0.086. 0.086. Now, I don't even know what size the capacitor is. It's 220 microfarad, 250 volt. Well, that's great because I don't think... Here I go, 250 volts. There's a little chart on the front which tells you what sort of resistance you should be expecting for the capacitor. It's 220 microfarad, 250 volts. So, with 220, here we are. I should be getting less than 0.5. And what was I getting? I'm getting 0.0. I'm getting 0.05. So I'm getting 10% less than what is considered to be like an acceptable maximum. So I would basically say this capacitor is still, both of these capacitors are still quite good. It is often the case with these big, larger voltage ones. They don't seem to have the same failure as some of these smaller ones. So I probably won't bother changing those ones there. So anyhow, that's that one. As I say, we'll put this to one side. I'm going to go clean that, and then we'll move on to the logic board. So yeah, just you guys who thought you were just getting out of this, guess again. Here in my little board storage. This is it here. Let's zoom out just a bit. So here is the old 2SI board. It's a good looking board, isn't it? Don't you reckon? I reckon it's a good looking board. It's got these 4 shiny things here. These are, they're the crystal oscillators. It's got 4 different oscillators for the different parts on the board. The one that, if you wanted to overclock this, the one you would change would be that one there. It says that it is 40 megahertz, which is double the speed of the CPU, which is 20. So if I was to replace the 40 with a 50, this would then be running at 25 megahertz. So how about that? Now I can see a little bit of gunk. I can see a few damage traces. But boy, compared to some of the 2SIs I've seen, this one's really not too bad at all. 2SIs can be an absolute mess sometimes. I wouldn't be surprised if this actually worked. But I do see a lot of electrolyte gunk around some of these smaller pins. So I would much rather recap it than just use it. We've also got 2 axial caps in here that we're going to have to replace. That reminds me, I need to order a couple more axial caps. So I'm going to have a little bit of a capacitor order tonight. I've got 4 SIMs in here. I don't know what size they are. I'm going to take them out and put them in a little job bag so that I don't lose them. Let me see. This is job number... Job number 64. So let's grab a little Ziploc bag. Here we go. It's a Ziploc bag. And we'll get a little pen that I had before. And we'll write 64 on it. So that way I know that what I put in this bag belongs to this job. And of course I record the serial numbers of the boards and everything in the job ticket as well. So if I put the board down somewhere and forget where I put it. Is 80 nanosecond. I'm assuming they're 1 megabyte. You can of course put up to 416s in this. The maximum you can do on this one is 64 megabytes of RAM. That's still a pretty decent amount of RAM for a Mac of this vintage, and I think I have 64 in mine. Close to it, anyway. You know, it's good fun. You can sort of get Photoshop up on there, get an old version of Photoshop, like version 2 or something like that. Now, another thing about the 2SI is it has this processor direct slot here. Unlike the CI that had, I think it was 2 or 3 new bus slots on it. I think it's 3. 4? I think it's 4. 4 new bus slots on it. This one has exactly 0 new bus slots. It has this processor direct slot. But what you could do is you could get a board that you could slot into that, which would then put a little single angle new bus slot on it. So you could then put in a new bus card horizontally this way that would then stick out the back of the computer. And that's actually how I have my one configured, the one that I have up in the house. I have a little card here, and then I have a new bus network card in there, to give me Ethernet. The other thing is that card that goes in here, the PDS card, they also have on them either a slot for, or they have an FPU, floating point unit 68882 math coprocessor. Because this doesn't have a math coprocessor on the board here. It was available to buy with a math coprocessor, but when you did buy it with one, it's because it had this extra card on it that had the floating point unit on that connected up to the processor direct slot. So no math coprocessor on the actual board itself. This here is, I think it's a ROM slot. So this is one of the computers you can use the old Rominator in. It does actually have ROMs on the board, which are... Why can't I find them? Am I even looking? I know I had all sorts of strife with these once. That's the CUDA chip. ROM. Oh, there they are. It's these ones down here. Sorry, I forgot. Those are the ROM chips there. Yeah. That's one of the ones that's got a lot of gunk on it, so we'll definitely get that cleaned up. And I think that's about it. Yep. So RAM, ROM, PDS. That's the connector for the hard drive. I think the power supply for the hard drive. That's a floppy drive connector. There we go. This is one of these computers. It's got built-in video on this, but it is one of these computers that does the sync on green thing. So not all of the little VGA adapters will work with this. You need one that will give you the option to do the sync on green. Same situation with a 2CI and your old LCs and stuff like that. So, okay, who's going? So good night, Zombie Geek 33. Good night, Zombie Geek 33. Okay, sorry. Good night, Andrew. Sorry, all these people that are dropping off. I do understand. I know it's late over there. Add heat sinks just in case. I did the same, Chris Wilkinson. I also put a heat sink on mine. Just got a little adhesive heat sink and stuck it on top of the CPU. Where is it? There it is, just there. Having said that, they really don't run that hot. Okay. It'd be interesting to find out. Yes, well, we in theory will find out today. 3 new bus slots and 1 PDF slot. Okay, it has 3 new bus slots and 1 PDF slot. So what's this one I've got here? Oh yeah. Yes. That's what I'm looking at. I'm looking at 3 and 1. Yep. Thank you, Steve. Always there. He's the encyclopedia to make sure I don't shoot my mouth off and say the wrong thing. PDS. Why? What's the joke in PDS? Is that what does that stand for? Apart from processor direct slot. Still at 50 viewers. Way. Maybe the people that are going to sleep are actually just leaving YouTube running. All right, so we've got to start getting some caps off this guy. So let's get the microscope back, and we'll get into. We're all familiar with the routine now. It's 3. Look how clean this board is. It's going to be no fun putting it in the ultrasonic because it was clean when it went in. I like it when they're, you know, it makes them clean. Okay. Did I say PDF slot? Did I? I mean, I could well have. Weirder things have happened. Or it could just be my Australian accent. I was talking real fast, couldn't understand what I was saying, right? Yeah, good, thanks. Oh yeah, good, thanks. Crikey. Let's start getting some caps off. A couple of 47 microfarad 16 volt here. This one doesn't look stuck on very well, does it? One. This is one of these boards that has the component adhesive on it. Anyone see that ugliness that I'm looking at? I'm seeing some ugliness. I'll show you what I'm talking about in case you haven't spotted it already. I'm talking about this blackening on those traces. Cap and stream at the same time. That's not fair. I want to watch his stream. Can't do it at the same time because I want to watch. Oh! Pew, 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 pew. What do we got there? That is, my friends, a very, very good example of a broken trace. This computer will require some trace repair. Okay, let's keep getting these caps off. How are we doing for time? Been at it for a while, haven't I? Thank you to the stayers. Oh, so I don't know where it is. Somewhere near here, where I live. There's obviously someone that cooks meat pies. Because I just hear around about lunchtime, the smell of pies it gets so strong in my backyard. And I can just smell pies at the moment. And I just want pies. I want a pie. I want a nice pie. Yeah, we got some. I mean, as clean as this board is, we got ourselves some damage. It's I think we figured out why we just got a white screen, don't we? Okay. Time for a server run. Get some durries in a pie. Anyone who's not Australian, a durry is a cigarette. So, okay. Did that? Can you put new copper on the trace? Yes, I can. Well, I'll put a trace wire across it. Dag nabbit and concarnate. I just use wire. I don't actually use copper tape. I mean, I know that a lot of people do use copper tape, and I think that's for aesthetic reasons and that. But I just use wire. I just find it really easy to work with. Okay, I'm going to put a heat shield on here because we've got plastic all over the joint, and I don't want to melt plastic. I have recently updated the TNCs on my website just to let people know that though I take all care, I cannot guarantee that there may not sometimes be some burned plastic when I work on boards. Because it's the truth. A lot of these things are incredibly close to plastic. We're dealing with soldering irons on hot air stations. They generate huge amounts of heat, the sort of heat that melts plastic. And so, as I say, although I take every care that I can, I can never guarantee that there may not be some small amount of melted plastic somewhere. Okay. Power connector. We've got some, definitely got some ugliness around here. Oh, look at these. We got busted traces here as well. Oh, far out. And we thought this was going to be an easy one. Boy, were we wrong. She's about to blow. She blew. Always scares me when they go like that. Even when I know they're going to go, still gets me when they go. It's like, you know, when blowing up a balloon to the point that it blows up. You know it's going to pop, but it still makes you jump when it pops. Okay. Where do we got? We've got 3 more caps to come off. Oh, so people are talking to me. You need to focus. I do need to focus, don't I? God, sorry, guys. Focus. Only take Oz jobs. You live across the road from me. No, it's not actually true. I do actually take jobs from overseas, and I have a few on the way here now. I've got a couple here from France. I've got some coming from the US. So I do take overseas jobs. The biggest problem, in particular with the US side, is that it's really expensive to send stuff from the US to here. Woo! Jesus! How about that one? Look at it! God, I want to see that in slow motion. That was amazing. Come on. There we go. So, have a look at that one. Not sure if I'll be able to see it. I'll put my hand there. That's what that one did. And now it smells like firecrackers. So, fun. Yeah, that's got to be the loudest capacitor explosion I have ever experienced. So, certainly would not want that if you didn't have some form of eye protection. My eye protection is this gigantic microscope. I'm just going to whip these off, and then I'm going to give it a little bit of information about this board for anyone who might be watching, who might want to be working on their own board. God, I can hear those top fuelers. Top fuel drag cars, they make some noise, they do. I wonder what the event is at the time. Don't you pop. Okay, so that's all the caps off. We're now going to have a little bit of cleaning. Now, one of the things I just did want to mention very quickly is right next to this C38 is C37 right here. And with these two SIs, once they get bad corrosion and bad power supplies and stuff like that, it's not uncommon for this guy to die. So he's a A4, whatever that is. I can't remember what that is in terms of the code, but that cap does need to be replaced sometimes on these old 2SIs. Scrapey. Is Steve still watching? Steve, you watching? I just want to show you something here. It's really interesting. I've got this old blade, and this is the old blade here. I'm just going to throw it away, and I'm just going to put this new blade on like that. Just thought you might want to see it. Sorry, Steve. Just being fun. Just being silly. Not trying to cause offence. Okay, so we're just working our way around. We're definitely going to have some fun and games around here. I might just hit this with a toothbrush, get some of this corrosion off. We know this is definitely the problem area, but it definitely looks to me like we're probably going to have breaks maybe in this one, using my toothbrush as a pointer, and maybe this one. This one I think almost definitely. Some of these other ones might just be able to clean them up a little bit. My new blade should come next week. Oh, I got the handle today. Awesome. Right, now we're going to snippety snoop these axial caps off. Whoopsie, just using the old side cutters to get those off, and then I'll remove the pins. Let's just have a little scrape around here. So that one there's definitely got a break right there. This one here. Oh, this one looks good too. Yep, got a break there as well. And that looks like a break there too. That one there's not broken. We do have some gunk in there though. Isn't it amazing you can have this board where you just walk away going, oh wow, look how clean this board is. This board's in great nick. And then you've got a whole stack of busted traces. These ones are okay. Scrapety scrape. Okay. God, it's amazing the way that one's eaten through, isn't it? Look at that. You'd almost think that had exploded, wouldn't you? I mean, it might have. It looks like it's actually burned through there. Like it might have popped. Yeah. Nasty. Also nasty. Right, okay. Okay, let me just do a quick little check up here. I messaged you a video of the popping. Awesome, I can't wait to see that. The zip drive is a wash. I demand a refund for an 8-hour live stream. There's a little trick with the 2SI. The onboard RAM is really slow and the video uses regular RAM. If you set the disk cache high, you'll force the video 1 to 2. Video half? Yeah. Use the RAM sims, which is typically faster. 2 to 2. It's a very good tip. So, would it make sense, because this is the RAM here, what is it? Let me just get some alcohol. It usually helps with the reading of this stuff. Okay, it's 80 nanosecond. 80 nanosecond RAM in there. So if we whip these off and put some 60s on, I wonder if that would work better. Or whether it's something more to do with the clock speed. Oh my goodness, look at all these ugly traces. Oh no, oh my god. What? This one may not be a Seeing It Working Today video. Just saying. Wow. Or as Owen Wilson would say, wow. Okay. Oh, we'll do our best. I'm going to start with the cleaning now. Everyone who's watched my live streams is familiar with this process. We just get a bit of flux, we get a bit of solder, we get a bit of heat, and we make these pads look like new again. $251. I've got a 250 megabyte zip drive. Do you want one, Jay? I've got two. It's a USB SCSI type. One that can be either USB or SCSI. I don't have any 250 meg discs, but I've got two 250 meg drives. I was actually trying to tell you that the other day, but I got distracted. I can't imagine it would cost too much to send a zip drive across to the United States. Because when I've sent bigger things there, it hasn't been too expensive. Yes, I'm pretty sure the 250 I've got can either be SCSI or USB. I'll have to double check, sure. Yes, and I was just checking in my my stock of stuff the other day, and I saw that I had two of those zip drives in the drawer. I've got two Jazz drives as well. There's a bunch of Jazz discs. I must get that out and start utilising it properly. And I must scrape away these terrible traces. Thankfully, not all of these are completely wrecked, but they're not good. I wonder if this one got a little bit of battery splatter or something like that, because look at that. Look at it. Yeah, that's broken. Gonna have to repair that too. It's building up. It's building up. That's gone too. By the looks of it. Yeah. John's going to have to mortgage his house to pay for this one. Just joking. Just joking. I'm going to have to mortgage his house. He'll just have to sell his car. Okay. That sound you're hearing is the wind's just picked up. Although it might sound like a hailstorm, it's small, dried up figs falling off the fig tree and onto the roof. What gets me is that when it's raining down like that, it's not that bad. But when just one comes out of nowhere, if I'm sitting here in particular, if I'm working with like high voltage or something like that, I'm here working away, being super gentle, and then it just the thing falls down on the roof, it goes bang, and it's like ah dear, fun times, lots of stories. Right, goodness me, this is so messy. This one, eh? Hey, bro. So messy, hey. Okay, so what are we going to do here? What are we going to do? We're going to get rid of these pins because that's something I have to do while I'm here. So, is it true that is this stuff that I'm saying about the SCSI to SD being both, sorry, not SCSI to SD, this zip drive that I've got being both USB and SCSI, are people questioning whether that might actually be the case and it might not actually be a USB and SCSI? because I can go and get it and check if you want. Because I can often be full of, full of the proverbial. I think I have something that turns out to be something completely different. Just pulling out the pins here from the axial caps. Ready to put new axial caps in, and then we'll need to suck the solder out of the holes to put the new caps in. I'm going to use my wick for that. Doesn't always come out that easily, like that time. I'm going to need to do these from the other side, I believe. This is where I sometimes end up using my... It's coming down again. It's getting really blowy outside, don't know why. Well, it's because it's weather, that's why. I didn't know it was predicted, but... okay. Haha, flying... I don't give a flying fig. Haha. Usually the board a little clean. Okay, that probably explains it. Sweeping all the images done so far in Flickr, but my Pro ran out and I can't upload anymore. Huh. Anyone who is not aware of Dana's work, Dana Siberia's work, not Dana does stuff, because he tells us he does stuff, but I'm not even sure that he does. He hasn't got any videos to prove it. Yeah, Dana does this absolutely amazing Photoshop work on Macs to the point where I've actually seen some people get a bit angry about it. I've seen some people going, you know, what is this stuff, man? You know, people making up these things, and, you know, people actually getting their nose out of joint, you know, about, you know, why are people doing this? Why are they making these things up? But they're really, really clever. They're lots of fun. I'm just trying to remember what the last one was. The last one that I saw, that is, not necessarily the last one you did. I can't remember. The post last week saying even he wasn't sure which were real and which were fiction. Good old Chris Espinosa. If anyone who doesn't know who Chris Espinosa is, he's someone who has, I believe, been working... I don't know if he still works at Apple, but he was one of the earliest employees there, and he started working when he was just a kid out of high school, I think, from memory, if it's the person I'm thinking of. And I think he was just started working there sort of part-time after school, and then, he's definitely, I think, one of the real long-term Apple employees, but I don't know if he still works there. Out you come, you naughty solder. Okay, so I had someone recently send me an email about this, and so what I'm actually going to do is I'm going to do this as a little section, so if I decide to show this at a later date, I can point straight to this moment in the video and send them to it. Hi there, my name is Bruce Rain from Breakfast Creations. No, I won't do that. I have got a situation here where I've got some through holes full of solder, and I can't seem to get that solder out. And I need to get the solder out in order to stick new components in. So in order for me to get that solder out, the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to grab my trusty soldering iron. I'm going to take out the pin, this is going well, the tip that I normally use. And I'm going to go with a really big tip like this. If we have a look, you can see this is a great big bevel tip. Large, big, flat area. Allows me to transfer a lot of heat where I want it. I'm going to put that into my soldering iron. I'm going to fire him up. He's going to start getting hot. Isn't that good? Then I'm going to get solder, leaded solder. Tips over a bump on the bevel side, especially for getting solder out of holes. Yes, it would be good. Can't paste URLs because I'm a plebe. Well, I tell you what, Dana, I'm going to give you Add moderator. There you go. All right, Dana, you can now post URLs. Okay, so right, so I'll just put that in the middle of my little instructional thing here. So my soldering iron is now nice and hot, as you can see, and I'm going to add some solder. I'm going to add leaded solder to this because I want the lower melting point. If there is any unleaded solder in there, I want to sort of dilute it with my leaded solder. So that's me adding solder into it. So putting solder in where I want to take it out seems crazy, but it works. I'm going to get some flux, going to put it on these holes, and then I'm going to get my wick. I'm going to just put this tip flat down on the hole with the wick, and I'm just going to get as much heat there as I can. And with a little bit of luck, we will eventually get all that solder out. We didn't out of that one, but we are going to try the other side. This side. Oftentimes when you're doing this, you can tell when it's finally given up its solder because the wick just suddenly goes shiny. You can see it getting that last little bit out. But it's being a not nice thing. I was going to use a swear word, but okay. Dana has the power. Okay. Oopsie. Oh dear. The Mac PC community has huge overlap with old car folk. Yes. It does. Except with the car folk that I know. Yeah, that one came out nice and easy. The car folk that I know, they're not really big Mac people. Not big computer people at all, actually. I don't think anyone in my car club is apart from me. Okay. Okay. Oh wow. I've never tried that one, Dana, but I don't know it will work. I mean, it's funny. This method that I'm doing here seems so silly, but most of the time it does work. It's just making a liar out of me today. Do not vex me. Come on. This is really getting tedious now. Should use some of this solder to tin these while I'm here. Tinning, 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 tinning. Oh, it's through at last. Just took a little bit of perseverance. Yeah, that one's through too. See, told you, told you. Maybe it's the better flux that did it. Could be. Come on. Mitsubishi car club. So the car club I'm actually in is a Chrysler car club. For the old, big old Chrysler vehicles, like your old Dodges and your Plymouths, or in this country, what we had as a car that was made out here under the Chrysler banner called a Valiant. It was an entire range of vehicles that was made from the 60s until the 80s. There we go, we've got the holes all clean and a very dirty board now. Did they make utes? I don't think so. People have they've turned their Valiants into utes. A friend of mine actually turned a Dodge into a ute. So, yeah, they, but yeah, I don't think Valiant ever, oh, actually, no, that's a lie. Valiant did make a ute. They did indeed, because I've seen pictures of it. Yeah, so Dana's correcting me now. There's a Charger, there you go. Yeah, so the vehicle I have is actually, it's a Dodge Phoenix. 1970 Dodge Phoenix. It's basically a rebadged 1970 Plymouth Fury. They went under the name Dodge out here because Plymouth was never a brand that was sold out here, so people out here didn't really relate to the brand Plymouth. So they rebadged it as a Dodge. They sold it as a more like a luxury cruiser at the time. They were quite expensive. They didn't sell particularly well, but that's what I have, is because it didn't cost me very much to buy, because they're not super sought after in terms of old vehicles. The car club I am in is called the Regals Mopar Car Club, and I am the treasurer. We have about 110, I think, members, something like that. We're getting there, I'm skipping a lot of these, sorry. Cool. Yeah, a friend of mine actually, also a friend of mine, my cousin. He's not a friend of mine, he's my cousin. And he's a friend of mine as well, but he is my cousin. He does a lot of replica stickers for old cars. He does, the Go Faster stripes and stuff like that. Does very nice work too, actually. Okay. Just getting some tin on this ugly copper. And I really need to get some solder onto these pads here, because they're worse than I thought they were. How long have we been going for? What time did I start? 11:30. 12:30, 1:30, 2:30. No, we're coming up 3 hours. Whoa. Whoa. Congratulations to everyone who's stuck around for all that time. For anyone who sort of just drifted in at the end, don't worry too much about missing things, because at the end of the day, a lot of this is repetition, so I tend to just go over the same thing over and over again. You may have missed out on some of the hilarious things that I said. Yes, Dana, did you actually post the link after getting the power? There we go. There it is. I see it. Mopar or no car? Yes, indeed. Or as the other one that we always, the guys used to say in the club, Mopar? If you have to ask, you wouldn't understand. Pretty stupid. Never mind. Right, we've got some more to clean here. We're just getting to the end of the cleaning here. Obviously, this is a process that's taking a little bit longer because this is a particularly nasty one. Vote for the 512K. Don't forget to jump onto Apple's serial number and vote for the 512K as the Mac of the month. Where are the votes sitting at the moment, Jay? See, the thing is that Steve, Mac84, and I very much have this interest in the vintage Macs, as does Mike from Mike's Mac Shack, but he's not here. But Jay is more interested in the sort of later vintage ones, more along the lines of the G4s and G3s and that sort of thing, the colour Macs. I'm very much a beige person, so that's why Jay is trying to get the G4 up, and I'm trying to get the 512K up. Now I'm going to need to do some trace repair around here, so I'm going to need to probably empty out a few holes for me to put solder in. Where was that one? Where was that really bad one? Can't remember. It was around here. Yeah, that was it. So that one is just going to plonk on top. These ones around here. This one I probably want to go in through this hole here. Now these are the ROM chips here. I mean, I could probably just use a separate ROM and start this thing up. But okay, where's my stabby thing? Stabby thing? Is that my stabby thing? Yeah, that's my stabby thing. No, I'm not going to do it. Nope, 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 nope. Is a 2GF worth saving? Yes, I think so. 3737, wow. Okay, geez, the chat's moving fast today. I'm definitely going to be missing things here. If anyone does want to ask me a question and I don't answer or whatever, just do the @Brankus Creations, and it makes it change colour and I get to see it easier. Okay, that's got to go. Ideally want to get some solder out of these holes. I think maybe that one as well. I can't be certain which one. So that I can feed a wire through it for my repairs. Is that one there as well? Can't remember. We'll see. Okay, so we've got that one, that one. Oh, man, this could take me forever to fix, you know it. There. This may end up having to be a two-parter, this one. So I'll end up needing to eat. I need some sustenance. This one's being a nasty swear word. Yeah, it's the right one. It is the right one. Stabby thing. Oh, okay. Thought there might have been gunk in there, but it's just solder. So, with a little bit of that, and a little bit of this, hoping to be able to get that out of there. Whoa, dropping the wick. Oh no! Look what's happened! Copper gone! Not surprising given the break in it. Desperate times call for desperate measures. Or as Stewie Griffin would say, uh-oh! Uh-oh! I'm just trying to get this, there's gunk in this hole which is stopping the solder from melting well, so I'm just trying to clean some of that gunk out so that I'm just solder instead of gunk. Oh, thank you, Jay. One sure way of getting his attention by throwing money at him. Thank you very much for saying that, Jay. It is nice when people throw money at me. Dun, dun, dun. So, this one is definitely giving me some grief. Is it that one, perhaps? Am I looking at the wrong one? Am I trying to suck solder out of the wrong one? Don't know. Don't know. One of the things that I absolutely hate about working with boards is working with the fact that they're two-sided, because the two sides just don't look anything like each other. So when you're trying to find a spot on one side and then you flip it over to try and find that spot on the other side, it's a real pain. I hate it. Okay, well I do have a hole all the way through now, for two of them actually. So those two holes I was poking from the other side are this one here, and this one here. So I can now run a wire into there. Well, this one looks like it's probably just going to ground anyway, but I can still run a wire in there and seal it up. Get a nice join going on there. Now I still haven't finished cleaning all my my pads yet. Still got, I think, 2 more to go, possibly just 2. These guys here, one there, and we've got our big break there. I really would love to get this working for this live stream, but I'm just concerned about whether the amount of repair I'm going to have to do with all these traces might just make it ridiculously long, and better off done as a two-parter. But we'll just see how we go. And once these are all cleaned up, we can have a look at some of these trace repairs. I'll probably do the trace repairs before I stick the caps on. because I probably want to get some of these trace repairs covered up. Cleaning up some pads here. They all do come up nice though, don't they? You start off with these crusty looking things and then you end up with these lovely shiny pads. If you're ever using wick, you do need to be very, very careful that you move it around while it's hot. You don't take your soldering iron away. So here we go. And then it gets soldered on to the pad, and then you yank it, and then you wreck it. Got to make sure it's nice and hot when you're moving it around, or when you lift it up. If you feel the slightest bit of resistance, stop. Don't pull. Ow! Hot. Right, just going to check all of the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh, one more. This all looks pretty scungy around here too, doesn't it? Look at it. Oh. I'd love to get a 2GS, but as people are saying in the group, in the chat there, that at the end of the day, 2GSs are going for silly money at the moment. So funny that the stark contrast you have from one computer to the next. You know, I take on some recapping jobs that I can get them done in 20 minutes. And out, bang. And then you have this one, which is taking forever and a day. Okay, so we've got to start looking into some of these trace repairs, because we're not going to get this working without fixing them up. Okay, so this cap here, it's got to be looking around the region, looking for any trace repairs, because generally these trace breaks are more likely to occur near the epicenter of the corrosion. There are some computers when they come to me and they're damaged, they might need a fair bit of work, where I will be perfectly honest with the person and say, look, I really don't think a computer like this is worth it. And there are other ones where I'll say, look, you know, it's going to take a bit of work, but it'll probably be worth it in the long run in terms of value. Just a question of whether people are looking to, you know, just how important these things are to them. Do they want to resell them? You know, oops, there goes my lid. So I'm painting on UV solder mask at the moment. This is basically this green stuff here. It's just insulating those exposed wires there so that I don't accidentally create a short when I put the new component on. Short being as in a short to ground. Electricity going where you don't want it to go. So I am going to grab my laser beam, pew pew, pew, and dry this UV solder mask. It's called UV solder mask because it cures under UV light. And what I have here is a little UV laser beam. Pew, 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 pew. Luke, use the Force. And this exposure to this UV light is making it go hard. You can sort of see it happening. It gets a little bit more matte in its finish rather than the gloss of when I first painted it on. So this is most probably hard now. I'll just check. Yep, that's hard. Just going to heat it up a little bit. I just find that when I hit it with the heat afterwards, it tends to just finish it off a little bit. It just makes that outside a little bit more matte. Probably does nothing, but I do it anyway. Okay, so that's fine. That one there. Over here, what's going on there? We're going to put that there and that there. I wonder if I should put a little bit of UV mask on that. UV makes it go hard. You're so rude, Jay. Mr. Double Entendre Man. Mr. Double Meaning Man. Okay, I'm going to paint some onto this one as well. Where'd it go? Oh, it's over here. Careful. Easy. Easy, tiger. Shivers. Just painted it on the power connector. Okay, happy to pay for all the extra work, Chris. No worries. I'm pretty reasonable when it comes to the extra work. This computer is going to need quite a bit of tidying up and stuff like that, just so that I can try to, prevent anything getting worse. But at this point, I'm mindful of just seeing what it's going to take to get it working, rather than necessarily talking about getting it all neat and tidy. But while I'm lasering that, I'm going to do a little bit of scrapey over here. It's going to stream with my 2SI. And guess what started to smell like fish? Okay, we know what that means, don't we? So hang on, didn't you already recap your 2SI, Steve? Am I missing something? Or is it your power supply? Not the PSU. Okay, that's cool. Alright. This one over here. I don't think I need any mask on that, which is nice. There's a little plus. What's it looking like under there? Just going to move the camera here a little just so I can get this at an angle. So I just want to have a look under here, under the connector. Good, good. No breaks there. Let's start getting onto some trace repair now, eh? That's what y'all came here for. I mean, it's not, but I'll just say that. Okay. Right, let's start with the one where I ripped off the top first. Sorry, I'll get us all into focus in a minute. Right, so this one here, Oh, I better look at all these pins here because these all look pretty ugly. Probably get connection back on these just with a bit of solder. No need for trace repairs. Let's just test that out. Test that theory out. Get a nice bit of flux going on here. We will get some solder. Dirty. Need more solder there. Should I just take this ROM chip off and clean all the pads? Starting to think so. Let's clean it up. It's looking better. Oh, I don't know. Is there a bridge there? Yes, take the ROM chip off. Trina, I don't need you going around talking sense to me, okay? Right. Looks like a new one now. Okay, there we go. That, I believe, is all we need. Now I just need to get my machine that goes beepity beep beep. And just check to make sure, check and see if any of these are actually broken. Beep. Always touch the leads together before you go into testing, because if for some reason there's something wrong, you don't want to be going, oh, well, that's good. That's good. That's good. That's good. That's good. And as bad as this looks, just keep in mind that once this comes out of the ultrasonic cleaner, it will look delicious. So even this one here that looks absolutely horrendous was still giving us continuity. So there we go. The drizzle is running through. There is the old, what's his name, from David Jones from EEV blog. He talks about, you don't have it upside down, the electrons will fall out. Did I fill that up with solder again after getting it emptied? I did. What an idiot. Can't see it, it's not in camera, but this is the one here that I spent all that time sucking the solder out, and I just went and put solder back into it because I'm an idiot. Okay. I'm going to try this. It may not work. It's something I have done before when I've just been too lazy to try and get all the solder out. Let's see if I can fit one of the big wires in there. Yeah, refilling that with solder was stupid. Stupid. I'm just going to try poking this through. Applying a bit of heat. And pushing it through while the solder's hot. Like that. So I've got that through. I can get onto the other side here and can't see anything. Stupid. There we go, that's it there. That's the little guy. Hey there, little guy. Now we'll get some Fluxaroni onto there. And then we get some of this solderoni over here. There we go. Nice join there. Okay. You can make one heck of a drinking game from EEV blog, yes. I tell you what, I mean, he's got the funniest voice, but I have just got so much respect for that guy. He's such a clever clog. I love the way he just looks at a power supply and he just goes, oh, that's the this and that's the that, and oh, look, they haven't got much of this over here, and all this, and I'm like, what? But then again, he is an engineer. I could probably run circles around him and with programming. But maybe not. He probably does both because he's so smart. Whoops, melty. Okay. There is a lovely out of focus. If it's any consolation, it was out of focus for me as well. And I was just too lazy to focus it. Because that's just me. Cutting corners. But anyhow, we've got a nice little join there. As you can see, it's going down through that hole there. So now we've got to sort one out here, and we've got to sort one out here. So we've got, I think, 3 in total we need to deal with in this particular vicinity, region, area, proximity, location. Right. Now, go through the hole. There we go. I didn't stupidly fill this up with solder, so this one's fine. That's that one. That's that one. Okay. Let's get some stuff there. Just need to get this stuck down, then I can start. Be prepared. Correction, and hardcore Brainiac is oddly enjoyable. Yep, as I say, the only thing that I sometimes get a little bit, I struggle with a little bit, is the voice. After a while, it gets on your nerves. But that's a relatively minor complaint. Because at the end of the day, I don't care what he sounds like when he's saying all that smart stuff. I'm going to make this this little trace repair go all the way up to the pad, just cause, and probably even trim it now actually, because I know how long this needs to be. And of course the other, I guess, we'll use the word famous, but perhaps not the right word, but another sort of famous Aussie repairer being Paul Daniels. I do watch his stuff as well. That stuff's quite calming. Okay, so there's a nice little trace repair going on there down through that hole. We'll do the other side in a minute. Oh, John Roberts, thank you very much. Okay, well, see, there we go. I'll take $8 off the bill. Let's get some more of this through here. Should always mention with this when I do these trace repairs, sometimes, you know, when you're looking at it on the microscope, they look like they're huge. When you actually, once you get a bit of UV mask on these and you're looking at these just with the naked eye, you barely see a lot of these repairs. Oh, okay. So, just going to get the eye, bend him over, and he's going to go up to that pin there. So, flux. Because I have to be careful here because I'm working right next to an already done trace repair. I don't want to remove the old one when I put the new one on, so I've got to be super careful. But that's my middle name, Careful. There we go. All of my fancy work was out of camera there. Okay. Right, so there's 1, 2, 3 trace repairs in this area. That didn't take too long, did it? Not too painful. And then we just got to make sure they're all soldered up on the other side as well. And one of them's already done. Just got to do these two. These are either going to a layer in between or they're going to a ground or something like that. But there we go. There we go, there we go, there we go. There we go. Alright, so let's remove all of these virus. That is my 3 trace repairs in that area. Good. Okay, so it's calming because he says 5 words a minute. Okay. Thank you for that, Jay. Much appreciated. Okay, I've just got to check here because we've been going on for so long. 51 viewers still. Well, hello everyone, and thank you for sticking around for the trace repair extravaganza that's going on here at the moment. I'm just going to clean this up so we can see these trace repairs looking a little bit neater. I don't think anything else here needs to be repaired, just cleaned up. That one underneath it looks a little bit rough and ready. Is I do actually believe is continuity. Yep, it is. So that's good. That's good. Moving along. Moving along. Okay. Okay. So now we're going to deal with this ugly-looking turnout up here. Am I ever gonna see your face again? Okay, that looks like another break there too. Yep, skis. Do. Okay. Spot the Australian in the group. GT, thank you for joining. Off to bed. I will chat to you again soon. Thank you for watching. Dana Sabira knows the correct response for the song that I was singing before. Okay, so these ones are the easy ones now. This should be fine. I'm not going to worry about going all the way back to the hole here. I've got a nice long area here to work with, so I'm just going to stick some wire on there. Once again, get me some, whenever I'm doing these trace repairs, I always make sure I tin the copper first on the trace, and then I will just melt the coating on this wire as I go. So the main thing is to get it down and secure and everything like that. We can always tidy things up later on. So start off melting that coating. Okay, that's stuck on. It's not super neat, but it's okay. And then I'll just do this side. Okay. Just tidy that up a bit. Great stuff. 1 a.m. here, but come on, it's Saturday night. No one needs to go to bed, do they? Have a big one. I actually had a really quiet one last night. Really quiet. I mean, I still got to bed quite late, but a very quiet night for me. I mean, I went out, but I was the designated driver, so I was being very sensible and not drinking. I'll try and make up for it tonight. Down there, you. There we go. Then I'll just probably take it to about here, I think. There we go. Right. You need to make your voice less soothing. Do my AAV blog thing. Okay. I use one of those kind of like USB podcaster microphones on my main computer, which if anyone who's watched the Maciac show will have seen me use before. But I use that same one when I'm going in for Zoom meetings and stuff like that. And so, you know, when we have Zoom meetings and everyone's using their tinny little microphones for their laptops, and then I come in with my, hello there. Coming this summer to a theater near you. Ugly looking things going on here. So I've repaired these 2 traces. I'm happy with those. I might put a bit of UV mask on these before I put the component down. It would be a sensible thing to do. But I was just having a look at this here, and one of the real weak points of these pads is the point where the trace meets the pad. There's usually a little dip there, and they're very susceptible to corrosion in that location. And I just want to check and make sure that these are good. That one doesn't look too crash on. Just get the old beepity beep beep machine. Finally, the Macintosh you've all been waiting for. Coming this summer. It has upgradability, replaceable RAM, easy to access hard drive. It's called the Macintosh Unicorn. Okay. That's pretty nasty around there, but I still think we're good. I have done a little bit of voiceover work, but just for, not for like big things, just for like little sort of online vids, corporate videos, that sort of stuff. Well, I'm getting pretty close to just thinking that I might get some caps on here, and we'll test it out. So, you know, I mean, I may need more trace repairs, but I'm willing to try it out the way it is, you know, once I get caps on it. Like that one. Coming this summer, Arnold Schwarzenegger, Danny DeVito, and Betty White throw Mama's twin from the train. Betty White. Cool Whip. How are these? I had to see. Yeah, there's a brake there as well. Got to do that one. I think it's a brake. Cool Whip. Kenny Calendar. Okay, now see, now we're getting into a bit of a local comedy there. No one else is going to know who Kenny Calendar is or was. Is he still alive? I know he's certainly not race calling anymore, but he was a horse race caller, and he had this unbelievable lisp. It's like his tongue was permanently curled into a U shape, and he would get up there and call the horses like this. And someone did a takeoff of it once. A comedian called 12th Man, and he was like the horse race was called the Sirloin Stakes. Oh god, that was funny stuff. Okay, I'm definitely going to stick a trace repair on this regardless of whether there's continuity or not. I do want to test the one next to it though. This one. Oh. Good. Good. Feel the hate. So that's a terrible thing to say. It's me being the emperor. Is it just me, or do the people on the dark side just seem to have way more skills than the people on the light side? Still the 12th Man. Yeah. Oh, jeez, I love that. Back in his heyday, I mean, that 12th Man stuff, I mean, it helped if you followed sports as well, but that 12th Man stuff was just so funny. And of course, it helped having all of those characters. It was so easy to impersonate. One of the main people that he used to impersonate, and that, of course, was Richie Benaud, you know, sort of famous Australian cricketer who then became a commentator. And apparently Richie Benaud used to listen to them. He used to listen to those little comedy things that 12th Man used to do. And the main issue he had with them was the swearing. He liked them and thought they were funny, but he was like, you know, it's a shame you have to swear all the time. Because he sure did swear in those. Oh dear. Okay, there's another trace repair, and I think that's all I'm going to do. And then I'm just going to stick these caps on, and then we'll test it. And even if it doesn't work, I will stop, and we'll finish the stream, and we'll move on, because people have got their lives to get on with. Let's grab a recapping guide. Okay, Macintosh 2SI. 1147 microfarad, 16 volt. Well, that's nice and easy, because they're all the same. I need capacitors. King capacitors. Okay. Oh dear. Right, okay, so we've done enough of the local Australian humour here. All the other people will be like, who the hell are you talking about? Let's get a cap on here. Just need to feel like I'm putting... I've still got some stuff to do here before I put the rest of the caps on, but I just want to feel like we're actually getting caps on this thing. I feel like we're going backwards at the moment. Nothing is working here. There may be nothing to stream. Oh dear. Did you end up doing all of those Compact Macs, Steve? Remember you were working your way through the Compact Macs one at a time and opening them up and having a look inside. Did you get to actually look at all of them? I watched a few, but I don't recall whether you actually got to the end of them or whether there are still some Compact Macs you've got to get through. Yeah, we've got a capacitor on the board. Whee! Maybe just do a drunken show and tell. Yep. I've always thought I'd love to get on here and do a drunken recapping. It would have to be something of my own. I couldn't do a drunken recapping of the customers board. I don't know. I might end up getting in trouble with YouTube and losing my monetization or something like that. So I had a 2SI that had all sorts of mess around here. I had to do all sorts of repairs. And unfortunately, it worked for a little while and then it stopped working, and I never really figured out what the problem was. So that board's kind of become a donor board now, to some extent. Let's clean up some of that excess solder. Daystar Genesis. Oh dear. So, just for everyone out there, just to keep the chat alive, keep everyone chatting. What's the? I know this is a pretty lame question. It's something that gets asked all the time. What's the Mac you still want and haven't been able to get? Whether it be because it's just so rare and hard to find, or whether it be because they're selling for obscenely high prices at the moment. Fudge. G3 all-in-one. Yeah, well, because Dana, you can probably tell me if this is true or not, but the G3 all-in-one was never sold out here, I don't think. Could be wrong. If they were, certainly in small numbers, because I don't ever recall seeing one in this country. And of course, you can't really get them shipped out here because they have got the spindler plastics and they fall apart. You know, if you got one shipped out here, I expect it would have just arrived as a box full of plastic. Wasn't sold here. I know a couple of people in Melbourne, they both imports. Yeah, I mean, I see them all the time. I mean, Steve, as he was just saying there, he, oh, what at $500? What? That's Australian dollars. That's Australian money. That's silly. What else have we got? SE30, yep, too. Another SE30. Yeah, I mean, I've got an SE30, but I got really lucky with that one. But yeah, I agree. SE30 is a fun old computer to have. It is, you know, if you're a fan of the compact Mac, you know, footprint and look, to have an SE30 with all that grunt and all that RAM and a PDS slot and networking and all that sort of stuff, assuming you have a network card in the PDS slot like I do, I just love it. Love it. Oh, I love it. Spin it around there, yes sirree. Where'd it go? Where'd it go? Here it is. Solder. Mirror drive door prototype. Oh, come on, prototypes don't count. I mean, I suppose they should count, but yeah, prototypes are just so rare. They come up so rarely. I just sort of feel like, you know, sort of having that on your wish list is, I don't know. Just want to get some UV mask onto here. What else do we have? A TAM. Okay, yeah, it's interesting with the TAM. I can totally understand the collectability of them. They've never really been one that I've been after. I mean, don't get me wrong. If I managed to get one for a reasonable price, I think I'd be happy to have it in the collection. But there's certainly not one that I really want to get. I want to get a Cube. That's one that I really want to get, the old G3 Cube. I don't have one of those. Most of what I want I do have in my collection. I would like to get a portable. What else? Yeah, probably portable and a cube. I really want to get a Newton. Steve, I really want to get a Newton. Steve. Okay. Let's have a look here. My SE30 repair by Bruce is a lot of fun. Yes, I tell you what, I repair a lot of SE30s these days. Pretty much, most of the computers that come to me these days are either SE30s or they are Color Classics or they're LC575s. There's a slight delay in time from what I see on the screen here to what I'm doing in real life, so it makes it very, very hard. I want to swap a Newton for a Quadra 700. No. Well, there are a couple of things wrong with that. And first of all, I don't want a Newton that bad. And the other is that I've only got one Quadra 700 that works at the moment, so I don't really have one to spare. I do have some things to spare, but Quadra 700 is not one of them. And I've been after a Quadra 700 for such a long time. Now that I have one, my precious. I set myself up one of those great big CRT screens and replicate the scene from Jurassic Park. That's what I want. Outbound and a Lisa. Yes, Lisa is one that I definitely want. I've almost given up on that. I just think it's going to probably end up being too expensive. Outbound, I can definitely see the appeal from a collectability point of view. You know, given the fact that, I mean, I know it's a bit of a cheat really, isn't it? Because it's not actually a Mac, is it? I mean, it's, you know, bits of a Mac, but it's not really an Apple computer as such. It's kind of, but having said that, I can still understand the collectability aspect of an Outbound. Again, if someone gave me one, I don't think I'd knock it back, but does a Pippin count? Sure, why not? So I was just having communications. So let me just have a quick look here. PowerBook Pre G3. Yeah, or a desktop tower 68K max styling away from compact ones at the moment because not comfortable dealing with a CRT. Fair enough. You can quite understand that. I've managed to actually, just by luck, you know, I mean, because this is one of the things that people keep asking, you know, oh, you know, how do you get hold of these old computers? It takes time and it takes luck, it takes being in the right place at the right time. You know, with a lot of these, I've managed to pick up a lot of things. Like I've got a beige G3 tower and a beige G3 desktop. Very happy with that. I've got a Mac 2, I've got a 2CI, I've got Quadra 700, I've got a Quadra 950. You know, these are all things which I, relatively not that long ago, would have said, oh, these things are just too hard to come by and they're too expensive. But just through, again, having the right contacts, you know, sort of there are times when people contact me, they say, hey, dude, man, have a look at this. And then just, there's an ad and it's like, oh, yeah, okay, I want that. And as I say, sometimes you just find someone who is selling something and doesn't realize the value of it, and you end up managing to get a bargain. Or you get someone who's selling something and they have absolutely no idea what condition it's in, and it turns out to be fine. because that can often work against you. Sometimes you get stuff home and it's an absolute write-off. But yeah, I mean, the one thing I will say is if you are wanting to get hold of your dream machine, don't do what some people do and jump onto eBay and pay exorbitant buy it now prices for one that's up there. Don't assume that A, that is the price, or B, that they won't come up from other sellers at other times. It just may not necessarily be at the time you're looking. Those people are taking advantage of impulse buyers, people who jump on and go, oh, that's the price, that's the only one available to buy, so that's obviously how much they cost. That's just not how it works with collecting. When it comes to collecting, you just have to wait. You have to be patient. The price name, but the card is a Lapis LC Superdios card. Yes, I've actually got a Lapis card here that doesn't work, but I need to give back to the owner. Who owns that? Is it someone on the stream? Hang on, I'll tell you, because I've got it in my repair system. That one there. Oh, it's John. Yep, it is John Roberts. So I've got a Lapis Color Server PDS 3017 here at the moment that doesn't work. And I have been trying to get it to work so that I could give it back to the owner, but I have been unsuccessful so far. So it's very... I hate the idea of an SC30 external display card not working. For me, it's just a travesty having it sitting there not working. It's like, oh, come on! I mean, all those expansion cards and stuff, and you know, whether it be accelerators or display cards or whatever, they're all going for so much money these days. Just going to jump back here. Okay. Yes, I've got a clamshell as well. I love those. I mean, I just think they're a really nice looking computer. And they're quite nice to use as well. And you can play some awesome games on them. I forgot to clean some pads here, so I'm just catching up on my mistake now. Nearly done. Yes, I mean, Mystery Margot said I'm quite happy with my Retro Max that I have, and I'm pretty darn happy as well. My wife's not, but I'm pretty happy with what I have. I've got plenty of computers from the eras that I want. I've got quite a lot of laptops as well. I've got a G4 Titanium. Was it 1 gigahertz? I've got G3 Lombard, G3 Wall Street, G3, the other one. The only one I don't have is the very first G3 laptop that looks different to the others. I've got a 1400, Tablet 1400. And I've got some of the more newer ones. I've got some newer laptops, quite a few different types of newer laptops. All right into the Intel part of the world. It's just good fun to play around with them, I think. Anyone that says, what do you do with them? They just don't get it. Because I've been doing all this recapping, I don't actually get to spend much time playing around with these things much anymore. I mean, I still do. I still manage to just get a little bit of time here and there. Do a little bit of mucking around with an old game or something like that. But I'd like to just be able to sit there and spend hours faffing around and using the old software that I used to use back in the olden days. So the 2SI I have does not like this VGA adapter set to sync on green. What the hell, man? Well, I don't know what to tell you. We're about to try out my adapter here. If your adapter works on a 2CI, it should work on a 2SI. That's all I can say. That's all I can say. That's all I'm going to say. Sprinkling? It is sprinkling. Ah, that probably explains why my wife was bringing in the washing before. I probably should bring my circular saw in from the range, shouldn't I? Right, let's get some cleaning going here. The image is all wavy. I'm just going to ask this. Is that a problem with the computer? I'm not saying it is. I'm just asking. Okay, a little bit of UV mask around here. Good for the health. Just checking all the chat here because it is moving at a fairly cracking pace at the moment. Because I have to take my eyes away from it to do all this stuff. Looking in here, where'd the microscope? Didn't realise we were getting rain today. I don't think I have anything outdoorsy left to do, which is good. I'm hoping to have a reasonably relaxing afternoon, but I probably won't because I'm a bit of a workaholic. Do like to keep busy. Okay, laser beam. Pew pew! I know this is slow, but it's at least a hell of a lot quicker than it used to be. Ah, dear. You know, if you were live streaming that after this, Steve, we could possibly try and help you out. Can't, yeah, okay. Oh, John Roberts, are you still watching at the moment? You know how you asked me about a 50 megahertz crystal for overclocking this thing? Can I just tell you something? Getting the old crystal out is a lot harder than it seems. I just wanted to forewarn you. I'm not actually trying to take that away from you, or you know, sort of try and you know, this is your thing, and I want you to do it. But I just wanted to forewarn you that often when you are removing the old crystal that has 4 pins that you need to desolder and take it out, sometimes they're a bit of a dog to remove. Just saying. So just be prepared. Be like, what's his name? What's the weather guy? Frankie McDonald. Be like Frankie McDonald, be prepared! Frankie McDonald's not very good with his indoor voice, is he? Okay. Careful using UV laser next to an oscillator. It might cause it to break. Oh, I don't have the oscillator down here, so that's all right. I'd like to know more about that. I want details. I want to know. I want to know. Got quite a collection there, Michael. Okay, so let's get these last two caps on here now that I've got some UV mask to protectorize them. And then I've just got to put a couple of axials down and we'll be good to go. We'll have a bit of a test and we'll see if this thing actually works. I am well prepared for this to not work, so I hope everyone is as well. Given how many bad traces we have found, there's a very good chance there are a few floating around in places I haven't looked yet. But, you know, we can remain hopeful. For those who have an SE30, you've probably heard of CIMA CMAC. And that's where the screen displays this weird sort of mottled pattern on the display. It's quite an unusual sort of pattern on there. And one of the things I've often said about the old CIMA CMAC is that it is like the engine light on your car going off. It's not actually telling you what's wrong with the car. It's only telling you there's something wrong. And the 2SI is a little bit like that as well. When you switch the 2SI on, if you just get a white screen, that's equivalent to like CIMA CMAC happening. You just know there's something wrong, but it's not telling you what's wrong. So it's, if someone says, oh, my 2SI's just got a white screen, what's wrong with it? It's like something is wrong with it. In most cases with those instances, I'd be telling people to replace the caps, look for broken traces. God, listen to those figs coming down. It dead set sounds like hail. It's not, but it sounds like hail. You wouldn't want to be standing under it, that's for sure. So wanted to put my quarter 6/10 on Thursday. Yeah, so the whole thing with the overclocking on this particular computer, taking it from 20 to 25 megahertz, I consider a pretty risk-free exercise, given that all of the architecture was originally designed to be run at 25 megahertz. So I don't really consider these ones a particularly risky thing for that. So now, my little recapping guide here tells me there's 11. So I'm going to count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 9, 10, 9, 10, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I'm missing one. Alright, I'm going to need to go to the guide. Ah, right here. Yeah, really easy overclock is the 475 from 25 to 33 megahertz. I think that's just it's a little resistor or something, is it? Or is that, am I thinking of another computer? Oh, hello, Mr. Fahrenheit. Welcome to the live stream here. We're working on a 2SI. We're getting very close to testing. You've turned up at the exciting part. I mean, don't get me wrong. It's been exciting every second. But, this is the real climax we got happening here. Oopsie. This is the third act. Okay, there's our last little cap going on there. So that's 11 caps, and then we just need our radials, which are 220 microfarad 16. If I have 25 volts, I will put those on. Where are my axial capacitors? Oh, they're very close to the bottom. What a pain. Oopsie. And 220. Yep, I've got a couple of these. I've got to buy more axials. I've obviously been doing a lot of old computer recapping lately. I always like to make these pins nice and straight and then get them and then bend them. Just take pride in my work. I'll go onto the side view here because we probably won't be using microscopies for this. I'll move this. No, which way? Which way? Where? I'm here. There. So we want it. If I can, I'll have to zoom out a little bit. Yep, zoom. We want it sort of. Yeah. So we're putting them here. I need to get a camera up here somewhere, but I just haven't done that yet. So we want that there and there. So this will just go straight down like that. Pin. 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 Right. So, they tells me where the plus is, and the little line points towards the negative. So we go that way. And don't mess with Mr. In Between. Okay, there's the positive. There's the negative. Good. 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 Stay down. All right. Oops, snoozed a bit. Yeah, it does happen. It does happen. Don't worry. Trust me. I've watched some sort of repair streams in the past where I just start falling asleep while I'm watching. I have been going for a long time. This is probably going to be my longest live stream ever in the history of ever. Okay. So, do we feel confident that we have done enough to this in order to make it work? No. But we're going to try it anyway. I put some RAM in. Black Betty Ram-a-Lam. Are we recapping? Well, we were. We're now testing. We have moved on. Is there a thing to select? There's a thing there. That's probably it there. Select whether you're using internal RAM or ROM or not. Because if this doesn't work, I might try the Rominator ROM. Whoopsie. Get in there, you. So there we've got some RAM. There's a little jumper here, which you can't really see it very well. It's called FD8. And it's my understanding that if you put a jumper on that, it will address the ROM in here rather than the ROM here. And because there's a lot of broken traces around these ROMs, if I do have a problem, I wouldn't mind trying it with the ROM here. 8 hours is the gold standard. Yeah, that's right. It's W1 located near the PSG. Yes, thank you very much. Thank you for letting me know, Steve. Okay, let's pick the game. Right. So, power supply. As we know, I haven't finished recapping the other one because I'm missing a capacitor, which I will have to order. Thankfully, I should get it by like Monday or Tuesday, so it's not like it's going to take a long time to get this finished. Probably Tuesday. But I can't use that power supply. I do have a couple of SI power supplies, but I'm going to use my ATX conversion power supply. Like this one here. Here's one I prepared earlier. And we're going to get that, and we're going to connect that in there like that. So we got some power going in there. And then we're going to get a screen like this one here. And we're going to connect some power. This is a little tiny screen. This is a screen that I actually use when I'm video camera. It's like a monitor for watching YouTube vids. Then I'm going to connect this up to to the right one. We've got there. This is actually the SI still has a floppy port, doesn't it? Gives you an idea of the age. We've got SCSI, play, floppy, a couple of serial ports, audio in and out, and let's get the keyboard connected. Oh, okay, alright, I know what it is, it's this. Hang on. Check. All right. Sorry, guys. 1, 2, 3. It appears to have gone now. Are we okay? Okay. I think the hissing is gone now, so we will move on. Sorry about that, folks. I'm sorry for anyone who had the volume cranked right up and had to listen to that. That was obviously not a lot of fun. But hopefully... Yep, I think the hissing is gone. Okay, so we now... I apologise for that unpleasantness. I'm now going to connect up some power to this power supply. What I have here, I don't have a speaker connected. The speaker attaches onto the board somewhere, doesn't it? Under it or something like that when you put it on there. So I can't have a speaker, so we're going to have to just go without it. The fan connects on there. Yeah, okay. So I think we're going to be speakerless with this, I'm afraid. We'll just have to learn to deal with that in our own mature way. And let's just see what happens. Okay, well I've got a signal coming through. Oh, I'm getting wavies, you know. Steve, maybe wavy is the thing of the day. Because it's wavy. But one good thing is I've got a mouse cursor in the corner. Often when these are problematic, the mouse cursor is not there. You know, it's just a white screen. So, oh, and look, we've got a flashing drive icon. That's a really good sign. So I'm going to get some SCSI here. This may not work because the internal SCSI is not terminated, and that is a correct assumption. Oh, do some. Yeah, the internal SCSI is not terminated, so it's not allowing this to actually boot from the external SCSI. The way I get around that is by terminating the internal SCSI bus here, and the way I do that is with a hard drive. I mean, I can do it with a terminator, but I don't have one. I think the hard drive is probably going to be the easiest thing. So if you guys would excuse me for just 1 minute, I will go up and grab a hard drive, because I don't think I have one down here. And I will have a quick look. I moved things yesterday, so I don't know where anything is anymore. So, okay, I'll be right back. And we can just get this booting up. Won't be a second. Hello. Right, so sorry folks for that slight delay, but as I say, I do like to show people these things working. So I'm just going to plug in a SCSI hard drive there, which not even going to power it, just providing it for the old termination. It's thinking about it. I'm just going to do this. SCSI is such a pain, isn't it? So now it's just sitting here with the light on, rather than actually booting and starting up. So very tedious. Come on, boot. Boot. Do it. Now to remortgage my house. We're nearly there. I feel like we're really nearly there. I'd just love to be able to see how much RAM this has. So, yeah, it's not happy about something. Now, what if I try and boot? I don't even know what's on this hard drive. It's 1 GB. Turn it off and on again. Always works. I've got a cable floating around here somewhere. Where did I put it? I put it somewhere useful, I believe. So I'm just thinking I could perhaps power up this external hard drive and it might have a system on it for all we know. Let's try that. Let's see what happens when we do this time. Oh, hard drive spinning up. There's the restart button on these. Is it restart on the keyboard? Must be. Oh, is my keyboard plugged in? Yes, it is. Shift Option Command Delete. Well, I think we might have to just be satisfied without booting into a system today, and for that I will apologise. We're obviously extremely close. The fact that we're getting a flashing question mark means it's all ready to go. I will do a little bit of jiggery pokery a little bit later on, but I don't expect people to stick around for that. So I think what I'll do is I will close it off now. Basically what we have is we have this being extremely close. Don't worry about these vertical lines. That's just what happens when I display it on this screen. So that's all fine. But does it need a battery installed to work? I wouldn't have thought I'd have got this far if it did. But I'll put a battery in there because I'm a team player. Yep. Should we try the Rominator ROMs? How about that? We can boot off those. No way video with a new bus card. What? Huh? Mine works without a battery. No wavy video with a new bus card. That's excellent. Okay, so let's get this little Rominator ROM in, and then I'll get a little jumper onto that W1. Assuming, of course, I have a jumper. I'm sure I do. I have one in this little container here. Up here with miscellaneous stuff. W1. There we go, and let's just start it with the old Rominator, and we might even be able to boot it straight into the ROMs, and then we'll be able to find out how much RAM it is. Okay, we can get rid of our SCSI devices for this. No. 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 Let's try that again. Oh, look at that. Booting into the ROM. I should always remember this friggin' ROM, shouldn't I? So I can at least find out how much RAM-a-lam I have. Let's get myself a mousey-wousey here. And waiting. There could still be some busted traces here and there that may not. It means that this may not be working at 100%. It could be causing me issues with SCSI. It's the SCSI chip just there. Just there. Okay, let's have a look and see how much RAM. About this Macintosh. Total memory, 5 megabytes. So there are 4 ones, and then there's one on board. So it's not exactly a huge amount of RAM, I would say. But it matters not a jot. This one doesn't have models on it, does it? No. Okay. Cool. I should. Let me do this. What if I then run SCSI probe? What's it going to tell me? SCSI probe. Probably going to say bus not terminated or something like that. Sorry, I know you can't see this. Have you ever considered using a VGA capture card so you don't have to use the screen? Yes, I have considered that in a big way. Yeah, no, it doesn't. Since I connected that SCSI up anymore, it doesn't like it, so it's frozen. But anyhow, look, that's good. It worked. I was able to boot it. I was able to show people. I was able to find out how much RAM was in it. So that's all the important stuff for me. So I now have to try and sort out what the situation is with the SCSI. And it might just be as simple as a busted trace somewhere, or it might be it's something to do with the devices and issues with the termination. Because as we know, SCSI is shocking. Video capture cards don't like the max 67 Hz signals. Yeah, I knew there was a reason for it. Because I have talked about this with Steve before, and he was saying it's actually a lot harder than it seems with these old Macs. The hard drive from that SI was titled Mac 540, so we're guessing 5 megabytes. Yep, cool. The clock video scaler and such. I want to see the battery come out now before I'm comfortable. Comfortable now? Okay, well guys, I am going to sign off now. It has been an absolutely ridiculously long live stream. It's been over 4 hours or something like that, which is just crazy. I mean, what the? But I would like to thank everyone for watching. I am currently sitting on around about 45 viewers, so absolutely fantastic that everyone has stuck around and enjoyed it. I do thank you very much for spending the time, and thank you for keeping me company while I've been doing all this stuff. And thank you to all the vintage Mac people that have been chatting away about all the different types of Macs and all that sort of stuff. I will be streaming again in the not too distant future, and I do have some pre-recorded videos that I'm working on that will hopefully come out in the not too distant future as well. So thank you guys, thank you for sticking around, and I will change over to this view here so that you can actually see me instead of just staring at my fat gut, and I will see you at the next one. Bye now.